Hello, welcome. So I'm Kelsey, and this talk is kind of has a weird title: Kelsey, Kubernetes, and GitOps. Um, I think you would think those three things go together, given my status in the Kubernetes community. But if you really want to understand Kelsey, you kind of have to understand the whole person. We like to label ourselves technologist, and just like many others, I've used many labels over my career. But the first label I've ever had, um, like many people, I worked in fast food, specifically McDonald's, where you get the purple hat and the shirt to match. You come home smelling like French fries and whatever they fried it in. And a lot of my work ethic, a lot of my maturity, this nature of being a professional started for me around the age of 15. And there's a long trajectory between those humble beginnings to the person you speak in front of you today or commit to your open source or your favorite open source project. And a lot of us try to figure out what's the success behind it. And I don't have a lot of answers, but I know I've been on this marathon for a little while now. And there's a big checkpoint in my career. I remember getting my first like real corporate job, the one where they make you wear slacks Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And then on Friday, if everything turned out okay, you'll get to wear jeans. And it was a financial services job. And I remember I was a system administrator, just learning things like Python and all of this automation stuff. And it's really when I leaned into ops big time. This is when outages and production really mattered a ton. And I remember one of our outages, we're sitting in one of those war rooms. And for y'all watching this that have never been in a war room, think about a very small office space with a bunch of chairs lined around, and everyone's on their laptop, sometimes pretending that they're actually working on the problem, even though they don't know what's going on. And I remember we're taking longer than normal to resolve the issue. And the company I work with, they process credit cards, the things you keep in your wallet. And they also process the EBT cards. So for people that are getting assistance from the government, they have these plastic cards. And the reason why they give them those plastic cards instead of this different form of money is there's a lot of pride and dignity and convenience being able to swipe and pay for your groceries. So during this outage, guess what? Those cards don't work. And I remember the CTO walking into the room, and I'm not sure if everybody was taking everything super serious, and maybe I wasn't as focused as I should have been. And I remember him walking into the room, and he told us really impactful story. And he said, while we're trying to figure this issue out, we have a customer that's been going up and down the groceries aisle, basket full of groceries. And maybe this person has their kids with them. And they're in this checkout line, and they're about to go next. Now it's their turn. And all they have is this EBT card. And they go to swipe it to pay for their groceries that have already been rung up, neatly placed in the bags. And the EBT card doesn't work. And here we are sitting around this room believing that we have all the time in the world to resolve the issue. It's just another outage. We'll restart some servers and eventually the system will come back up. And he explained to us that unlike a lot of our other customers, this person doesn't have another credit card to go to or another form of payment. If that card continues to decline, then they're going to be stuck, or the most embarrassing thing, having to put all of those groceries back and then leave home or leave the grocery store empty handed. At that particular checkpoint in my career, I kind of understood that there's a lot more than just writing scripts and throwing them at servers and hoping they work. We need better tools. We have to take the situation a little bit more serious, start to understand things like SLA and building resilient systems, and also figuring out what the hell is going on. Why do so many of us fly blind in production and in some cases laugh and joke about it? The systems that I grew up on, they were just like these black boxes that we owned. Even though we could log into them, most of us didn't even know what was running or how it ran. We just knew if you restarted enough, it would eventually work. We always think we have all the time in the world. And I remember a lot of people telling me, success is measured in time. I remember getting an award like top 40 under 40. And I always thought to myself, it's like, why is there a time limit on this kind of thing, right? Why is there not more opportunities for success that have nothing to do with your time? The truth is there is no time limit. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to share my screen. And this is a very interesting number. If you're using GitHub, you may be fascinated with the number of GitHub stars. Apparently, if you get over like 100 GitHub stars, you can probably raise an A round in Silicon Valley. So those numbers do have meaning. But this number on the screen, 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 40 seconds. If you pay attention to the sporting world, this is the current world record for the fastest human being to run a marathon. Most people can't run a single mile in an hour and 59 minutes. But Eliud Kipchoge, he did it. And we tend to put the person who crosses the finish line first in the foreground. Look at this picture. Notice behind him, all the other runners are cheering. That seems a bit odd. It's supposed to be a marathon. That's like a race. Winner take all. There's only one first place finish. But the people behind him, if you watch this, if you watch what happened, the people behind him are also world-class marathon runners. In this picture, you see 8 people in a peloton formation. You can see birds fly like this as well. The whole goal is to protect the runner from any wind resistance and help him keep pace. There's about 30 other world-class runners in this formation. All of them are taking turns. So maybe you run a few miles and maybe the top 2 guys switch out and the other 2 join in. Now, any of the 30 who've been training for months to help them break this world record of a person running a marathon in less than 2 hours, something we didn't think was humanly possible, they all decided that it was his goal and they would be the supporting cast. And they stayed in this formation to perfection, switching in and out without slowing him down. Now, if you ask vendors, how does this work? Maybe we don't talk about the human beings and their upbringing. Maybe we don't talk about all of the practice. Depending on who you ask, maybe if you ask Nike, they would say, it's got to be the shoes. Honestly, I've never met anyone walking around saying that they wanted some Eliud Kipchoge's. They look great for running marathons, but I don't know if you're going to be rocking these to any sporting event. So the truth is, it's the humans that should be front and center. Today, we're going to be talking about Kubernetes and GitOps. And the thing that kind of depresses me a little is that we tend to put all of these tools before the humans that use them. When you think about Git, it's one of the world's best collaboration tools for writing software. And GitHub is where we all meet and collaborate. But it's the people that make all of this work. And when people think about Kubernetes, they want to hyper index and hyper optimize on containers versus this other thing. And you could do that. You can click on all the Hacker News links and have about 10,000 tabs in your web browser. But if you focus on the technology, I don't think you'll ever get it. What we've been doing with all of these platforms is serializing the way we work. There's been a lot of ideas over the last 20 years, and a lot of them have been serialized in Kubernetes. That's the gist of it. I know people want it to be more complicated than that. There should be a series of best practices. Hell, I even wrote a book about it. But the truth is, there's just practice. And as we learn, we'll contribute to those things. If you have a clear goal, if you know what you're trying to do, maybe you know where the finish line is, you can actually bring in all of these people and all of these tools, and they should be aiding you to go faster than you can by yourself. Now, Eliud Kipchoge, he is a world-class marathon runner. He's never ran the marathon in less than 2 hours. He's gotten close, but he's never been able to do it on his own. And sometimes because he's the only one in front and there's no one there to push him. But with this setup, it changed the game. And if you do it right and you keep these kind of North Stars clear, then I think it makes it much easier to understand how all the technology comes together and the people around it. You can wrap that around you and then use it to push you forward. That's the way you got to think about this. If you want to understand GitOps, you got to understand the why. Why are you using it? What's important about it? What's the Peloton formation you're trying to build around you? And is it designed to help you go faster? Or are you just doing stuff because people said it on Twitter? So now we're going to jump into kind of this live demo about how all of this works. So I'm going to switch over to my screen now, but I want you to keep that thing in mind. We should be using these tools to augment what we're doing, not become the whole thing that we're doing. So one thing we have to think about is, what is our actual goal? Most people write software to put it in the hands of their customers. So in this case, we're going to have a very simple app, because what I want you to do is focus on the actual workflow. That's what this whole GitOps thing is about. What type of application can you deploy? I don't know. What kind of applications can you write? So you see I'm rocking that new dark theme. Maybe this is going to be the new trend. And I just have a simple app. It's called Hello Universe. And as a developer, if you put your developer hat on, you have some very specific goals. Your goal is to write code that hopefully works, and then deploy it to the proper environments. And then you should be able to hit an endpoint and get some results. That's the goal. I'm going to show you what that goal looks like when in practice. So basically, I'm here on my command line. And if I run curl HTTPS, and it's called Hello Universe, and then I just have it running on my hightowerlabs.com domain. And there it is, it works. And currently I have version 1 running. So now what is all this GitOps hype about? Why is it going to change the way you think about things and work? The honest truth, it shouldn't. If you think about the way you write code today, if you're a developer, there's a big chance that if you're watching this talk, that you're already using Git. Think about it. When you write code, you tend to make a few commits, and then you push it up. You can run that binary locally if you really wanted to. I can do something like Hello Universe. I have this binary that's on my machine. I can run it locally. And if I were to go to another tab and call curl on localhost, the thing you expect to happen should happen. I could hit this on port 8080, and there we go. That's pretty straightforward. And then you push your code to some repository. But here's the thing. If you really want to know how this works, I think one of the best examples that I've seen online is probably to the people who coined the term, Weaveworks. They coined GitOps. And the whole goal behind GitOps is that, imagine if we were to able to use the same development workflow for managing infrastructure. But here's a twist. We've been doing this for a super long time. A lot of people will look back to like Puppet and Chef and Ansible, and we wrote a lot of code back then. And yeah, a lot of us checked into version control. So what's new about this? This looks like the same thing we've been doing, and someone just came up with a better name for it. That's probably true. And they raised a lot of cash behind it. But the ideas are solid. Why are they solid? Well, there's a twist here. Given Kubernetes and the way it works, we now can start to treat infrastructure as data. And a lot of people say, nope, I thought it was infrastructure as code. Yeah, you can write a lot of code, but code has some other issues to it. One, you need something that understands that programming language in order to write that code, parse that code, validate that code. And those tools exist, don't get me wrong. But the idea that if we can write code or config as data, maybe we can simplify this. I know what you're thinking. Oh, more YAML. Look, YAML ain't that bad. Stop complaining. It's readable. You can modify it, and we can run things like static analysis without having a compiler or something that can parse that language. An overview, this is what it looks like. I know people get this super complicated. I know a lot of people will talk about CI/CD and pipelines and deploying 2 trillion times a day, even though they don't have a reason to deploy 2 trillion times a day. It's something we brag about at conferences. Don't worry, it isn't real. The truth is, it's all about the workflow. How you encapsulate that workflow, well, that's going to be up to you. Look at this diagram. As a developer, on the left side, you write code, it goes into a version control system, and then ideally you're going to produce an artifact. So here's where this Kubernetes connection comes into play. Kubernetes requires a container as the price of admission. Oh, I know what you're saying. Oh my God, I got to build a container. This is the hardest thing in the world. Oh, it's going to take me 7,000 years to learn how to build a container. And I ask people like, wow, have you even tried? Like, seriously, have you tried to build a container before you start freaking out? Think about what's required, right? If you know how to build your app locally, right? Like these are the same kind of commands I would put in a build script. Then in my case, I keep things super simple. I build my app the same way I normally do. And then based on the results here, this hello universe binary, I simply copy it from my build step and then package it. We're really talking about glorified tarballs, but they're really powerful. But they are very similar to using things like Ruby gems or a war file if you come from the Java world. You got to package software in something. Why not pick something that's super universal? That's the selling point. If you don't like Docker files, there are other tools that can build container images. Get over it. Once you do, then the world kind of opens up to this other thing that we're talking about. In order for this GitOps things to work the way we're talking about it with declarative infrastructure, we don't want to be dealing with the differences between Node.js, Python, and Go. We want to have a normal, consistent object or artifact to deal with. Let's go back to the diagram really quickly. Notice this container registry component. That's the key to normalizing your workflow across all your applications. So what's the contract between you and the developer? Well, as the developer, your job is to write code that works. Ideally, it's secure as well. And then if you do that, we can automate the process of building those Docker files. So it's on you to put a description of how to build your app, right? And then when it's done, you can actually create that entry point so we know how to run it. So how do we automate this? Well, GitHub has a really nice feature. So in GitHub, you can actually do something pretty neat. You can set up some actions, basically. So when I push to this repository or tag a branch in this repository, it'll kick off a set of actions. And they have all of these nice little blueprints that say, hey, whenever code is checked in here, push to some repository. Before my talk, I was producing a few versions. I have a V1 tag and a V2 tag. And with these releases, just by doing the normal Git operations that I tend to do when I'm writing code, well, I can rely on GitHub Actions to take over that commit, and then it will go through and actually build my image for me and push it to a repository. Does all of this in the background every time I commit or tag something. And then once that's ready, the important part here is you want to push it to a central repository. If you haven't been paying attention, GitHub also has a new container repository. So you can manage packages for all your repositories. Look here, this is a Hello Universe Docker repository. Now, if you're new to this and you're not quite sure how that all works, just know that each of those tags produces one of these container images that I can either pull locally on my laptop, something like Kubernetes, or some serverless platform that supports containers. Now that we have a repository, let's pop back over to that diagram. Again, I don't think this has to be as complex as a lot of people make it, at least not the fundamentals. So now we have this part of the loop established. Checking in our code and making container images. Got it? So at this point, we're now ready to start releasing our application to something like Kubernetes. Now, how do you go about that? Well, you can do simple ops. And what ops looks like is, in this world of the declarative world, is ops is about writing YAML files. Yay! One time for the YAML files. You'll learn to love YAML, I promise you. And if you have like VS Code and any of those robust editors, it will help you write a lot more YAML. So don't worry, YAML is your friend. What does that YAML stuff look like? I'm just going to show you one. Here's a deployment file. Really, the goal here is you to articulate what you want the system to do. I want to deploy this version of my application. I want this much memory and CPU. You get the idea. But ideally, you can have tools that help you generate these configs. They're very explicit. But the whole point here is that they're declarative, We're not writing any scripts. We're not using any custom languages or any custom tools. We're just crafting some data. The nice thing about this data is that we can push it to any Kubernetes cluster that we want. And the goal is between the deployment object and the service that allows me to attach this to a load balancer and the horizontal scaling config, I have the three components that I need for dealing with my infrastructure. So how does that work? Well, there's a bunch of things you can do here. Let's go back to the diagram. In this diagram, notice one thing that I like. This idea of splitting out the config repo from the source code repo. And a lot of people are like, oh no, you want to keep everything together. I don't think you want to do that. When you get to day 2 and day 3, there's going to be situations where all you want to do is modify the config and then push it. In those cases, you may not want to have a very complex build process that has to know the difference between a config change or the app itself. And then it gets really tricky when you start to deal with multiple environments. That one set of configs may not work well across multiple environments, especially over time. So if I were you, I would consider following this pattern, this blueprint. Keep your config repo separate. So what does that look like in the GitHub world? Well, you probably know what this looks like. If I click over here to my GitHub tab, I just have another repository where I'm storing all of my configs. And here I can have my same Git flow. I can do pull requests, I can review them, and all of my configs are just sitting here underneath this directory called Kubernetes. I can have other deployment targets. Maybe you're using a serverless platform like Cloud Run. And in that case, you may have another directory of declarative configs that you put there. But the goal is these are just all data artifacts that can be consumed by some other system that can actually take your declarative thing and make it work. Now let's pop back over to that diagram. And one thing I want you to pay attention to is you have two choices here. You can have something push these configs into your clusters, but I want you to think about that for a second. Push versus pull is a debate that goes back a long time. Not sure it's settled. But the idea here is that when those configs are ready, that's when you want them to go to your target. If you have lots of clusters, one model may work better than the other. One thing I like to do is give myself the flexibility to have different Kubernetes clusters have different versions of the config, even at the same time. Let's see what that looks like in practice really quickly. So I have a couple of live clusters running in my infrastructure. I basically have something in US West 1, US East 4, and I have another one in US West 1 in the B zone. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to treat this second cluster in US West as my canary cluster. Now, this is where things get a little interesting. I'm going to go with the pull model. I'm using a tool called Config Sync, and there's other great tools out there, some made by Weaveworks and many others. The choice is up to you. They all have different feature sets. Pick something that works. But the fundamentals are roughly the same. We want these clusters to link to our configuration repository. This is the core premise to what we're doing. We want these artifacts to work. So here's the other thing we want to do. I want to leverage multiple branches. That way, maybe I want 1.0 deployed to all of the clusters. And when 2.0 is ready, maybe I tell just one cluster that it should be running the 2.0 version of my configs. And we'll see what that looks like. All right, so let's see where we are. At this point, we have everything set in terms of our config. I have a tool called Nomos, which is part of the command line tool that allows me to interact with the config sync repositories. So what I'm going to do now is going to run the Nomos command, and I'm just going to get the status of my current deployments. So if I run the status command, it's going to connect to my clusters and tell me the current status of the repositories that it's been syncing to. While that's running, what I'm going to do now is run that curl command again. And you'll notice that we're hitting our universal URL. And that universal URL is pointed at all of my Kubernetes clusters. I have a load balancer sitting here. And that load balancer is pointing to 3 different clusters. Hello Universe is pointing to all of those zones. Here we go, down here. So with that, if I hit the global URL, I'll be routed to the cluster that's nearest to me. So if I run this command here, we should be getting the 1.0 version. If we look at our syncing, we'll see that all three clusters, US West 1, A, and East, all of them are syncing to the 1.0 branch of my Hello World universe config. And they're all in sync. And I'm getting the right version. Everything's working nicely. So now I want to make that change. Well, of course, you update your code and you go back to the flow that you're used to, checking your code. And then what will happen is a build process will kick off, drop something in your package repository, give you a new tag that's eligible for deployment, and then all you have to do is make a change in the config repository. Now, there's ways to automate this, but I just want to show you how it works underneath the covers. Your goal is on that separate branch where those configs live. Well, those configs, I'm going to show you the diff really quickly. If you look at those configs on this second branch, there's only one small change. And the change here is just to that deployment artifact. If you look here, I just went from 1.0 to 2.0, and it's sitting in this branch ready to be released. So how do we release it to the cluster? Well, there's one thing we got to do here. When I set up these clusters to pull from that repository, I did a little bit of work ahead of time. I have this config management directory. And if you look at them, they're currently all the same. But let's look at the one that I've deemed our canary cluster. So what I've done is I have a separate load balancer that's sending traffic only to one of these clusters. And it's called Hello Universe Canary. If I click on that, you'll see I have its own IP address, its own set of domain names, and it's only pointed to one of my clusters, US West B. Now we'll hit that endpoint, and I'm going to show you the last step that you have to do as I wrap up this demo. So we'll do curl, and this time we'll throw canary into the front of this. So we'll say canary.hellouniverse, and we'll get the version. As expected, we're getting 1.0. Now I have those stages changed. I have the containers built. We only need to do one more thing here. We'll update the config management config just for that one cluster. So we'll say USBS West 1B, and we'll come over here and say, look, I want to sync instead of the branch 2.0, 1.0, we'll change it to 2.0. And then what we'll do here is we'll tell that cluster that it should reprioritize where it's pulling config. And the way we do that is we run a command. So I'm going to be talking to specifically that cluster in US West 1, and I'm going to tell it to grab that new config. We're reaching that last mile now. If I push this config up, what will happen, and we'll pop back over to the diagram. Once this config is in place, that Kubernetes cluster will go to that new branch of that config repo and then try to update the state of the world based on those configs. The nice thing about this workflow is that developers can keep checking in code and tagging releases, and then those will flow into the container registry. Only when the config repo is updated specifically for a specific environment will it go and pull the right container at the right time. So for most people, once you get this stuff set up, you end up working like you were normally working. Now you kind of have this GitOps workflow on both sides. You can start to diff, review changes, merge them in. So with that in place, one thing we're going to do now is going to run that nomos command one more time. And what should happen is I should see that second cluster or that canary cluster starting to sync. If I go over here and look at the cluster output, we'll look at our workloads, and we should see Kubernetes hard at work trying to replace some of those old versions of my app one by one, or how I direct it based on my controller that's doing the work inside of the cluster. Remember, everything's declarative on my side. I got a few more pods to go. We'll hit refresh here to see if everything is up to date. And we have one more that we're shutting down, but so far it looks like everything is green and we're ready to test. So let's see if this works. We'll go back to our command line and we'll hit that canary endpoint again. And we see it's on 2.0. And just to be sure that everything is working, we'll hit the global load balancer. And ideally, we're going to bounce around to various endpoints. But since I'm closest to this particular zone, I'm still getting 2.0. Now, there's many ways you can go about this. Maybe use GitHub Actions to validate those configs before you put them into a branch. And then maybe you automate the process of grabbing the latest container version from the container registry and updating the configs. So with that, I'm going to stop the presentation, and hopefully you have a better understanding of how GitOps works. There's a lot more you can do here. We just scratched the surface. A lot of people are looking at this as a very complex thing, but remember, you already know most of the workloads. You've probably already been working this way. It's just about combining these two things and understanding the little catch here is declarative infrastructure like this really requires something that can manage the full life cycle of your apps or your databases. And with that, I'd like to end the presentation. Thank you.
Oh, that was awesome. And welcome everyone to day 3 of GitHub Universe. I am so stoked to be here. It has been an amazing week with you all. And today's my favorite day. We get to talk about a lot of really cool stuff. But just, if you haven't been joining us on the developer track thus far, my name's Kath, and I'm joining you guys from San Francisco, California.
Yeah, and I'm Brian B. Dougie, aka Beyonce at GitHub, aka Action Jackson, and I'm coming at you live from Oakland, California. Super excited to be here, Kath. And folks, definitely hit us up on Twitter, BDougieO on Twitter, Kath is Simsoka. And if you missed yesterday at all, we have 4 different sessions, 4 different channels. This is the dev track here. We also have the enterprise track, which are all about business today, apparently. We got suits and ties on today. And then we got the university track, we got the play track. So check out that awesome content. I didn't mention yesterday was about DevOps. Today is about open source and community. Super excited to get into the content today and learn what we can learn about open source and community as well. And with that, I also want to remind you, you can actually check out all the videos on demand on githubuniverse.com as well. So definitely, check it out and stick around with us. And Kath, do you want to tell people how we can sort of engage with the speakers today during the dev track?
Yeah, definitely. So you can talk to our speakers after every single session, and you can actually ask questions about what they're talking about while they're talking. We're going to have at githubuniverse.com/discussions. We have subject matter experts from the product team and from our engineering teams who are answering your questions live while our speakers are actually talking. And so go to those discussions, find your thread. There's a thread about pizza. There's a thread about, I think, ice cream too. There's a thread about where you're joining from. So share pictures about your setup. It's awesome over there. So I think we're ready to introduce our first session of day 3. Brian, tell us about it.
Yeah, and I'll definitely tell you about that. And I'll tell you, I was in the pizza discussion last night, giving my my ones and twos and my tips as well. So everybody find those. But our first session is about open source and community. This is Project Scara actually made a migration for OpenJDK to join Git, but also join GitHub as well. And Eric and Robin are going to be here talking about that story. I had the benefit of actually listening to their story on a podcast, which is the Inside Java podcast. Super inspirational, and to learn how people sort of jump through the hurdles. And I'll leave the tips and tricks to them. But yeah, definitely enjoying that session. Eric Duvablad is actually an OpenJDK developer working at Oracle. And coincidentally, Robin Westbrook is also an OpenJDK developer working at Oracle. So without further ado, I'm going to welcome Eric and Robin for this conversation.
All right, thank you. And we're really excited to be here today. And I'm Robin.
And I'm Eric, and I would like to give everyone a really warm welcome to our session today on Project Scara, migrating OpenJDK to Git and GitHub. And our goal with today's session is to share with you all how we use GitHub for a large open source project. You will see a little bit on how we actually got to Git in the first place, how we ended up on GitHub, but we also want to talk a little bit about the customizations we've done to the default GitHub workflow to suit a very large open source project. But before we begin, who are we? We are coming to you live from Stockholm, Sweden today, and I'm Eric, and I've worked in open source for more than 8 years. Usually my day job is to hack on the Java virtual machine, but lately I've been more focused on Git and GitHub, and if you swing by my desk, you will often see me living in a terminal.
All right, and I'm Robin, and I've also worked with and contributed to open source in various capacities since at least 2005. And my background is mostly in operating system and platform-specific development. And I've been working on runtime aspects of the Java virtual machine for a few years now. But unlike Eric, I willingly admit to preferring a good IDE to perform my daily development activities. But enough about us. So let's get started. So I'm gonna start with a brief introduction on what the OpenJDK project actually is. So simply put, it's the project that develops the reference implementation of the Java platform. And the Java platform includes the Java class library, the Java compiler, and the Java virtual machine called Hotspot. And while Java itself celebrated its 25th birthday earlier this year, it was made open source by Sun Microsystems back in May of 2007. So that's a little bit over 13 years ago. So this is when the OpenJDK project was created. And from the OpenJDK source code, Oracle and many other vendors like Red Hat, SAP, Amazon, Azure, just to mention a few, go on to create distributions of Java in various forms. And what do I mean with a large open source project? Well, the OpenJDK contains over 7.5 million lines of code, which form over 100,000 distinct commits. And over the years, the project has seen over 1,000 unique contributors. And of those, there are over 300 that have remained active over longer periods of time and have attained the roles of reviewers and committers in the project. So I'll talk a little bit about what exactly those roles might mean later. But I think it's fair to say that we're not exaggerating when we say that the OpenJDK can be considered a fairly large open source project.
And we've been on quite a journey for the past 2 years almost. We started out with moving from the Mercurial version control system to Git. And then later on, once we were on Git, we moved to GitHub. And now we want to share the first steps of this journey with you all. So if you are converting something from another version control system to the Git version control system, you're going to find yourself staring at this manual page quite a bit. This is the man page for Git fast import, which is an excellent tool whenever you need to get data into a Git repository. As the description says, this program is usually not what an end user runs directly. This is more for people like me and Robin who want to transition from an existing version control system like Mercurial, Subversion, CVS, whatever you have. And the Git fast import is really the right tool for that work. It's like a Swiss Army knife for getting data into Git. You write an exporter which outputs data on standard out, and then you pipe that to Git fast import, which will take care of all the little details of getting your data into a correct Git repository. Me and Robin wrote a custom exporter in Java. The Git fast import protocol is simple. And when you're doing a custom exporter, you can take the opportunity to also adjust commit messages or do other kind of modifications to your commits before they end up in the Git repo. We took the chance, for example, to adjust the commit messages a bit to better suit the way the Git community formats commit messages. And with this, we've been very happy to convert more than 100,000 commits.
So, after the Mercurial to Git conversion was taken care of, it's time to talk a little bit about the transition we did from using a self-hosted Mercurial repository to starting to use the GitHub platform. And to get a little bit of context on why this matters, I want to start with describing the existing OpenJDK development practices a bit before the move to GitHub. And so these practices, they have had over 13 years to stabilize, and they can be considered quite mature by now. And first of all discussions and reviews of what goes into the OpenJDK is handled using various mailing lists. And a quick look at the index reveals that there are over 150 active ones, which can certainly feel a bit intimidating, especially if you're a new contributor. And secondly, the OpenJDK project defines multiple contributor roles. So after you have a first few small patches accepted, you can attain the author role, and that makes it a little bit easier to contribute further. And after you have contributed a number of reasonably sized changes, you can obtain the committer role. And finally, the reviewer role, that requires a good amount of significant changes and also participating in reviewing changes. However, as soon as you obtain the committer role, you also obtain the direct push access to the Mercurial repositories. And this, however, it did not mean that you could just start pushing whatever you felt like now. Every push must be done with a correctly formatted commit message. It needs to reference a proper issue in the issue tracker, and at least one capital R reviewer must have approved it. And as I said, all these reviews are made over email before anything can be pushed. So this is a little bit different from the usual GitHub workflow where you open up a pull request and eventually a maintainer presses the green merge button, perhaps after a bit of discussion in comments in the pull request. So one of the main questions for us was, how can we make both seasoned OpenJDK contributors as well as new ones comfortable with working on GitHub and using pull requests? So in order to support these existing OpenJDK development practices where possible, there were 3 key areas where we have made customizations to the standard GitHub workflow. And those would be checks, notifications, and commands. So we can start with a quick look at how we are using GitHub checks to enforce OpenJDK specific requirements. And one goal we had here was to automate as much as possible, because there's no need to waste valuable reviewer time on manually checking that lines don't end with trailing whitespace, for example. So instead, we really want to enable reviewers to focus on the important aspects, like design and correctness of an implementation. And these checks are performed as soon as a pull request is opened up, because when a pull request is created, you're usually at a stage where you're looking for human reviewer feedback and are ready to make changes based on that feedback. So it makes a lot of sense to also provide this automated feedback at the same time. And some examples of the checks we have implemented is role-based access controls. So this handles our notion of reviewers and committers and gives them slightly different capabilities. We have our own bug tracker integration, and we make sure that every pull request references an open issue and that the issue itself has not been used in a different commit already. And we also look a bit at what's actually in the commits, like we look for trailing whitespace, incorrect file permissions, and we don't want binary files or symbolic links in the repository either. And I guess we can also mention that we have also started using GitHub Actions to perform initial building and testing of changes in a pull request.
And the second area that we've been focusing on is around notifications. So like many other open source projects, there are many more contributors in OpenJDK than there are experienced reviewers. So reviewer time is scarce and is very valuable. This means that we need to provide the right notifications at the right time for reviewers. Also, remember that, as Robin said, OpenJDK is more than 7.5 million lines of code. It's impossible for a single person to be able to review a patch to any of the source files. So instead, reviewers have different areas of expertise where they can engage with contributors and provide feedback. This means that we need to reach reviewers at the right time and also need to tell reviewers about changes they care about and skip the ones they don't care about. To enable this, we implemented automatic labeling of pull requests with the help of a GitHub application. This means that, for example, let's say you make a pull request and you change one of the make files used for building OpenJDK. Our program will then automatically look at the files in the pull request that you changed, realize you only changed the make files, and then automatically apply the build label. The build label will also mean that an email will be sent to the corresponding build dev mailing list at OpenJDK, where the experienced reviewers for the build system for OpenJDK hang out. Experienced contributors can definitely override this automation, but for newcomers, this is great when you're coming into a project as big as OpenJDK and you don't really know who to ping for looking at your pull request. So again, reviewer time, very variable. We don't want to waste that resource. In addition to automatically labeling the pull request and sending it to the correct mailing list where the reviewers hang out, we also delay a little bit when an email is sent. So as Robin mentioned, we have several checks that automatically kicks in when you create a pull request. We will not notify the corresponding mailing lists until those automated checks have passed. There's really no need for a reviewer to look at a change that hasn't passed these basic checks like trailing white space or having a symbolic link in the PR. And again, we use these labels to map pull requests to the correct mailing list. And I want to point out there that even though many reviewers prefer perhaps the a little bit old school way of interacting over mailing lists, there are also reviewers who can choose to use GitHub notifications natively and do so, and that of course is fully supported. They will interact, as many of you do on GitHub, with the default notification system. But for those a bit more perhaps experienced reviewers hanging out on the mailing list, more used to that way of working, we have also implemented bi-directional sync with regards to the mailing list. So once the notification hits the mailing list, if the reviewer has comments, then he or she can post a reply to the mailing list, and that reply will become a comment on the pull request on GitHub. This way, people used to the default GitHub workflow can interact with OpenJDK using the regular GitHub workflow, and experienced OpenJDK reviewers who prefer using mailing list can still opt to choose to use mailing list, and they can both communicate with each other. The third and the last area we focused on customization and tailoring to OpenJDK's needs is around pull request commands. A pull request command might sound fancy, but it's really just a regular comment on a pull request starting with a /. You might have seen these from other applications like Slack or IRC, where if you start a message with a /, it usually means that you're invoking a command. For OpenJDK's needs, we have implemented several such commands that both contributors and reviewers can use when working with pull requests. We use these commands to automate the OpenJDK workflow, to streamline things and make everyone a bit more efficient. For example, OpenJDK committers do not have direct write access to the upstream repositories, but with the help of one of our pull request commands, they can easily integrate a reviewed pull request into the upstream repository. We also have support for automatically formatting a commit message for the result of a pull request, and these commit messages can be adjusted with the help of these pull request commands. And finally, some pull requests needs more attention, so reviewers can then flag them using commands to say that they need more review from either more reviewers or a different kind of review. And on the next slide, we will see a couple of examples. For example, the main command that almost every OpenJDK contributor uses is /integrate. This will rebase and squash the commits in a pull request on top of the target branch. It will also automatically format the final commit message for the result of the pull request using OpenJDK's conventions and format. This means that the reviewers don't have to spend time merging already reviewed pull requests. Instead, the author of the pull request can, once all the criteria are met, integrate easily the pull request without resorting to Git rebase or anything similar. An example of a command that is for reviewers is the /csr command, which means that this pull request requires a compatibility and specification review. OpenJDK and the Java programming language and platform takes backwards compatibility extremely seriously. So for many changes to the language and to the core libraries, there needs to be additional reviews from very, very experienced reviewers who take backwards compatibility into consideration when looking at those pull requests. Finally, to help out newcomers into the community, we have the sponsor command, which existing OpenJDK committers and reviewers can use to easily integrate changes from newcomers who are not yet part of our community.
All right, so finally, I just wanted to talk a little bit about our project itself. So the project Scala is an OpenJDK project, and it was created to at first investigate and then to actually perform the transition of OpenJDK to Git and GitHub. And the project Scala itself is fully open source. It is written in Java, and it obviously makes heavy use of the GitHub REST and GraphQL APIs. And also, in addition to implementing the services and tools we have touched upon briefly today, it also provides a suite of CLI tools for OpenJDK developers that prefer to work in the terminal. So for OpenJDK contributors like Eric, there's actually no need to open up a web browser or any other graphical tool at any stage of the process of getting a change integrated into the OpenJDK. And that was pretty much what we wanted to talk about today. And if you want to learn more about the OpenJDK project itself, feel free to visit us at openjdk.java.net. And you're also very welcome to follow us at twitter.com/OpenJDK. And obviously, all the source for OpenJDK and its various projects, such as Project Scala, is available at github.com/OpenJDK.
So thank you so much for tuning in today to our session. We are happy to take answers that you can, questions that you can tell to our hosts, and we will happy to answer questions about GitHub apps, the GitHub REST APIs, GraphQL APIs, automation in GitHub, and also if you want to transition from Mercurial to Git, we are happy to answer those questions as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric and Robin. That was excellent. I loved hearing the story, hearing it again. And folks, reminder, your team was on the podcast, Inside Java podcast too, as well, if folks want to get more details and also jump in the discussions. But I did have a question to start off with, and either of you are open to take this. I'm curious, you had the call out of folks interested in transitioning from Mercurial or migration to GitHub. The tools that you had, the integrations with the email and the message boards, are those open source, and can other people use those for their projects today?
Yeah, they are all open source and part of the Scala repository on the OpenJDK GitHub organization. I must admit that they have primarily been set up and configured by me and Robin, so there might be some help needed to get them up and running, but we are happy to help if anyone is interested.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's also appreciation that your willingness to sit with folks and talk to them, talk to their potential migration stories as well. It's the beauty of open source. Kath, do you have a question? You want to take the next question?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And you can probably also ask those questions in discussions too. These two will be hanging out in discussions afterwards. But my question is, whether or not you guys would have done anything different if you could start over today.
Yeah, I guess I think one thing that we might have done different was to actually do this a bit faster than what we ended up doing. And there was a certain amount of resistance in the existing OpenJDK community when we started out, but now that we have done the transition, there has been mostly positive voices, actually. So in hindsight, we could probably have stepped a bit on the accelerator when we were implementing this project.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I think it'd be pretty cool to also talk to the community about kind of like what they think could have gone differently, or like if you had stepped on the accelerator, what would that have felt like to them? That would be super interesting. I'd be curious to know. Anyway, Brian, time for one more question. You want to close us out?
Certainly. Yeah, so actually, I was really intrigued. I'm a big fan of the GitHub API, the REST API and GraphQL, but also hearing that you're leveraging checks too as well, because I get a GitHub check twice a month, and you could say that my check is in the mail. But moving on to the actual question, I'm curious as far as the community. So you moved from Mercurial and other platforms, and you're still leveraging them. How has it been the transition for other contributors in the project? For this migration? Has it been like a positive reaction?
Yeah, I think it's been very well received. We were also super impressed by the OpenJDK community when we did the transition. So we saw a little bit, not unexpectedly, but there were a little bit less activity the first week after transition, where people were getting used to GitHub, the pull requests, the commands, our customizations. But then we have picked up the pace considerably. So we are back to our usual speed nowadays in the project, and we're actually doing more work than ever. So the community, it took a week, and then people were up and running, and yeah, super impressed with the community on that one.
Excellent. Yeah, so folks, if you want to be part of this community, if you want to interact with the community, Eric and Robin will be in GitHub discussions. That's githubuniverse.com/discussions, and they can answer all questions that you might have. And yeah, come interested, open ears. And Eric and Robin, thank you so much for the conversation, for your talk, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
So, folks, reminder, we've got a couple different tracks happening. The enterprise track is quite interesting. I was checking out hashtag GitHub Universe and saw that not only is Martin wearing a suit, he also looks like a prime minister of England as well, which is quite fascinating. Well, prime minister of UK. Sorry, I'm based in the US, so I have no idea about how politics work outside here. But moving on, we're going to move on with the dev track, and that's the track you're on. And Kath, do you want to go ahead and tell us what we're going to be learning about next during this, the rest of GitHub Universe?
Yeah, definitely. So we actually have a panel discussion coming up next. We've got the past, present, and future of technologies in public health, how the World Health Organization uses technology for early detection, verification, and risk assessment for pandemics. And this it's super timely, obviously, with everything that we're going through for 2020. And it's super interesting to hear what these guys have been going through and how they've been tackling this and responding to it and thinking about the data. So we have 4 speakers, and it'll be moderated by Mala Kumar. And remember to engage with us on discussions, like Brian said, githubuniverse.com/discussions. And ask your questions there. We have folks answering all your questions live while the panel is going on. And also, don't forget to rate this session. All of your ratings help us with future programming for future universes and future satellite conferences too. So rate those sessions. You can look for the yellow star when you join the discussion. So I'm going to actually toss it right over to Mala for our panel discussion.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining our panel today. So my name is Mala, and I run the Tech for Social Good program here at GitHub. And before I do anything else, I want to give a big shout out to my fellow social impact colleagues, Toya, Admus, Cynthia, Cam, Leah, Andrea. Thank you all so much for everything that you do. Now, today, I'm joined by two brilliant colleagues from the World Health Organization. Dushan is the lead architect in public health intelligence, and Sarah is an epidemiologist with the Health Emergencies Program. Welcome to both of you, and thank you so much for being here today. I also want to give a shout out to my colleague Bassam, who is a solution architect on our professional services team. Now, Bassam and I have been working side by side with WHO for the past couple of months, and he was meant to join us today as a panelist. Unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond his control, he's unable to be here today, and so we wish him and his family well, and we look forward to his return in January. If you're not familiar with Tech for Social Good, we're a program at GitHub that essentially ensures that our people, our products, and our platform are helping the social sector build the best possible tech solutions for some of the world's most pressing challenges. You can learn more about us at socialimpact.github.com. So to kick off the panel today, I want to talk a bit about an interconnected world in public health. If you're able to join us back in May for GitHub Satellite, you might have caught the panel that I was able to host with some incredible social sector partners on COVID-19 pandemic responses. Now, during that presentation, I talked about how we had connected with so many of our social sector partners to really understand how the pandemic was affecting them and their communities in the early days of the virus. And from those conversations, we kind of split it out into three major categories: societal, economic, and pandemic. And while that's still really relevant to a lot of the work that the social sector is currently doing, it is important to note that today's panel focuses on public health, and these categories are all closely interrelated. So if you're not familiar with public health as a discipline, essentially it's looking at the health and well-being of people in societal and community-based levels. And a seminal person and a seminal event in public health was John Snow. Now, speaking of England, John Snow was an English physician in the 1850s, and in 1854, there was unfortunately a cholera epidemic that broke out and killed about 800 people. At the time, it was thought that cholera was transmitted through little particles in the air, but John Snow had his suspicions otherwise. And so what he did was he went and tracked each of the individual 800 people who died, whether it was in a hospital or whether it was in a school or a household or a business, and in some cases even a prison. And he plotted all of that on a map. And from the work that he did, he was pretty clearly able to demonstrate that cholera wasn't being transmitted through the air, but the contamination source was actually a well located on Broad Street in the Soho neighborhood of London. And he was able to convince the local government that because of this, they should take away the pump to the contaminated well so that nobody could access that water source. And almost immediately, the cholera cases went down. Now, this is important not just because he dispelled a really popular myth about cholera transmission at the time, but he also laid some really foundational work for a field called epidemiology, which, as Sarah's going to tell us more about later, is a field that looks at the tracing of diseases like infectious diseases, non-infectious diseases, and other health events like cancer in a population. Now, John Snow's work is seminal to public health, and in fact, it's still cited and used today. Now, to state the obvious, the world has changed a lot since the 1850s. And in fact, if we look at data from the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA for short, which started reporting data in the 1950s, we can see, for example, some indicators that show us how much the world has really changed. Now, one figure is population itself. So in 1950, when UNDESA started reporting data, we were at about 2.5 billion people worldwide. Fast forward to today, 70 years later, and that population has tripled globally. We're at about 7.8 million people. Migration is another really interesting number. Back in 1990, there was about 153 million people we could consider asylum seekers or refugees or immigrants who went abroad for work or for school or for family. Now today, just 30 years later, that number has grown to 271 million. So that shows us the scale of which we're growing as an interconnected world. Now, perhaps the most stark comparison is coronaviruses themselves, right? We've all heard this word a lot over the last year or so, and coronaviruses essentially refers to a set of viruses that can cause anything from a common cold all the way up to really severe respiratory diseases like COVID-19. So if we look at some of the coronaviruses in recent memory and the diseases they cause, we get a stark picture. For example, in 2012, there was a coronavirus that originated from the Middle East and caused a disease we now refer to as MERS. Over about an 8-year period where there was the most active cases, there were about 2,500 cases reported. And if you're my age or older, you definitely heard about a disease called SARS, which came from a coronavirus in Asia in 2003. That caused about 8,400 cases in an 8-month period. And for sure, there's a lot of nuances with the numbers you see here on the screen in terms of the way that cases are counted, so the methodologies that are used, the period over which you count them, and then, of course, the actual virus's transmission and the diseases themselves. But even if we take all of those nuances into an account and we multiply the number of MERS and SARS cases by 10 or by 100 or by even 1,000, we are still not approaching the scale we see with COVID-19. As of when this deck was finalized, we're at 63 plus million cases. And because we're in an active period of COVID-19, that number is definitely going to rise in the coming weeks and coming months. So all of this is to say that COVID-19 really reinforced the idea that the world is just too big, it's too complicated, and it's too interconnected for any one country or organization to address public health on its own. Now we're seeing really amazing collaboration in traditional public health, especially with COVID-19 vaccine development. And through our research and previous presentations here at GitHub Universe and Satellite, we've had the privilege of highlighting some incredible organizations that are really at the cutting edge of technology public health collaboration. But even though that's been around for more than a decade, we know that there's more that we can do to strengthen those solutions, to further democratize those solutions, and really to move to more evidence-based approaches. Now, we know open source is a really critical part of that journey, and to that aim, GitHub is really proud to be an implementation tool for public health technology open source collaboration. Well, before I pass it on to Dushan, I do want to point out that the World Health Organization lives on GitHub at github.com/World Health Organization. So take note of this link because we will be referencing repositories here throughout the presentation. Over to you, Dushan, to talk about public health intelligence.
Thank you, Mala, for the great introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Early detection of events that threaten our health, their time of verification. Yes? They're okay?
Yeah, sure. Hi, everyone. Back to me. Dushan is just troubleshooting a microphone or earbud issue, and we'll be right back. Yeah, there's some static in the background.
Some buzzing in the background. So we're gonna let them kind of figure that out, and you're gonna hang out with me and Brian for a second. Brian, how's it going over there in Oakland?
It's going very well. It's December and it's about 50 degrees. But I was actually curious. Everybody's wondering what that present I got you was.
You want me to open it? I mean, like, I'll open it. I am really excited about this thing, you guys. Let's do it. I will rip it open right now for you. Okay, everyone who guessed it
And
was
while you're
a
doing
book.
that, oh,
It's
what's
a
the
book.
book?
Yeah, thank you so
Wow.
much, Brian. This is awesome. This is the making and maintenance of open source software. What a great book for today, where we're talking about open source and open source communities. And this is, it's called Working in Public. It's actually by a woman that Brian and I used to work with, Nadia Egbal, who is amazing. She actually probably has no idea that Brian just gave this to me, and we're going to be talking about it live at Universe. So hi, Nadia. Yeah, she's so super cool. I'm really excited about this. I've heard really good things about what's in it, and actually, Brian, just so you know, I've kind of read a lot of this already because this is what I do. So I'm super excited about open source. But yeah, this is really cool. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Actually, you sent me something,
I
wonder what it is. Alexa, can you turn on the
Yeah.
tree? All right. Good job rapping.
Oh,
I wonder what it is.
Maybe everybody else's Alexas heard you, but yours didn't.
Oh, wow. I got the same book. Excellent.
We know each other so well, Brian. We know exactly what the other person wants. Look at that. Working in Public by Nadia Egbal.
Man, I cannot wait to read this. Excellent. So yeah, folks, definitely check out the book from Nadia. It's I'm sure we'll probably link it somewhere on hashtag GitHub Universe. And I guess can we check in to see if the panelists, did they have their the sound in working order? Nope.
It looks like maybe, yep. They may be still working on it. So you guys are stuck with me and Brian for a little bit longer. But just so everybody knows, okay, so a couple things to remind you guys about. You can definitely go to Amazon and check out Working in Public, but you can also go to githubuniverse.com, and there's a little more. I think it's probably like up here, or maybe it's over here. There's a more button, and click on that. There's a little drop down. It'll take you to the swag shop, and you can get swag selling out really fast, by the way. So hopefully we still have some stuff. And there are t-shirts, there are hoodies. The hoodie that Brian and I wore on the first day of Universe, it's got a really cool Universe Octocat on it. That's available. And also, you can go to myoctocat.com or myoctocat.dev, create your own Octocat. I posted mine earlier on Twitter. I'm trying to match my Octocat today. Create your own Octocat, and then you can actually get that printed on a sweatshirt or on a water bottle or a t-shirt or anything. I've got an Octocat water bottle right here, so you could actually get your Octocat, your custom Octocat, printed on a water bottle if you want to, or a mug like Brian has. What kind of coffee did you have today, Brian? Or I should say, how many cups of coffee did you have? You had a light roast?
This is actually my first. Yeah. But I did want to add that all proceeds for the swag shop are going to some of my favorite nonprofits. Hack the Hood is one of them. The Talent Squad as well is another one. And an Instituto Oportunidade Social, which is, I sort of just rolled right through that. All those organizations are all focused in tech, and yeah, all proceeds are going there. But actually, I just heard that we're actually ready. So we can stop stalling and hear more about the World Health Organization. So take it away, guys.
Well, hello again from Geneva, from World Health Organization. It's sorry about this. I have no idea what happened. So I'll try to start again. I need to say again, thank you, Mala, for a great introduction. Actually, making it easier now to jump into straight what we're doing. Again, good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone. Early detection of events and their timely verification assessment of risks to provide actionable information for rapid and effective response to public health threats is a key to mitigate and to even neutralize, if possible, impact to societies, economies, and most importantly, to save lives. And it's become obvious to everyone, I guess, because of the situation we're in with COVID-19. This is the scope of public health intelligence discipline that I'm engaged with my team in WHO. So what kind of events are we looking for? Early detection, verification, risk assessment, as I said, is one of the strategic priorities of World Health Organization. Current global situation we found ourselves in with COVID-19 has made it all the more visible and urgent. And in response to ever-changing landscapes, including the way people communicate, relate, interact, public health intelligence discipline adopted all hazards, one health approach. So what does that mean? For example, massive urbanization caused that people connect with animals and nature much more than ever before. Maybe you didn't know, but 70% of known infectious diseases are considered as zoonotic, meaning that pathogens move from animals to people. Therefore, we do not just detect and monitor for events that relate directly to human health. We also do monitor and detect events related to animal and environmental health. On the other hand, we monitor not only disease occurrences in humans, but also hazards that have potential to cause health problems, such as natural disasters, man-made disasters, conflicts, mass gatherings. Next, let me tell you then about more what we're doing. Our starting point is data, obviously, and coming from all kinds of sources, and there is no shortage of that, as we all know. In public health, we talk about different kinds of public health surveillance. Information can come from different sources, such as healthcare facilities, clinicians, laboratories, pharmacies, news, communities, field workers, hotlines. Some sources are publicly available, some are not so. Epidemic intelligence from open sources is WHO-led global initiative. The community of practice monitors publicly available information, mainly from news channels, but other public sources. And this call is called public health intelligence from open sources. So I guess you may ask, but why do you monitor, why are you trying to detect what is happening and events of impact to health from all this enormous amount, mostly relevant information from all these publicly available sources like news, social networks, etc. Why don't we use information directly from the source, from the healthcare, about the patients when they are diagnosed for precise given conditions? Data is actually not readily available from the source. And when data is made available through official channels, it's delayed to an extent that the delay itself can be a public health threat. So that's for early detection, verification, risk assessment. That's why we are looking at different types of sources, publicly available sources of news, trying to detect events as early as possible. Before I tell you how does it look like really, let me tell you something about the history. So next, everything started when the web goes public. Soon after, in 1994, ProMed started providing emails to their subscribers with latest news related to public health. Going forward to 2009, Global Health Security Initiative was a major milestone to organizing towards connecting content of these different public health intelligence systems that were developed prior to that. In 2013, Joint Research Center, European Commission, the same team who developed Europe Media Monitor that you can see on the screen in 2002, helped WHO to set up hazards detection and risk assessment system. And that system evolved in 2017 into the system we have today. Its name is Epidemic Intelligence from Open Sources. And that system uses not only information from publicly available sources on the World Wide Web and social media, but also information from these other public health intelligence systems. So basically, in a way, it brings together all information we have access to for the purpose of early detection, verification, risk assessment, in order to inform and provide action intelligence for timely response. So next, this is how a system looks like from the user's perspective. On the left-hand side is a navigation panel. And there you can see a global surge of news corresponding in time with COVID-19 detection and confirmation in China at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020. Article panel on the right-hand side contains a list of news that have been automatically categorized as in near real time within a natural language processing pipeline of the EOS system, as containing content about hazards that have potential for public health threat. Since COVID-19 outbreak, approximately 100,000 of those kind of news are processed and stored in the EOS system each day. Before we had influx of 15,000 news of that kind each day. So you can see the surge and the amount of information we're dealing with since COVID-19 outbreak. EOS searches for content within 30,000 news feeds and in 12,000 web sources, 80 languages, 240 Twitter accounts, and currently we have more than 40 million news items. Next, this is a sneak peek of how user sees EAUS system. So navigation panel on the left side actually provides text mining features for narrowing the search for events that have been reported in news. An article panel on the right side is made up of news filtered according to these criteria selected on the left side. And in this example, a user is selecting respiratory symptoms, looking for pneumonia and unknown disease. And you can see that on a weekly basis from mid-December 2019 to mid-January 2020, the amount of news is increases sixfold. And also you can see on the right side of the map that these news are mostly placed around the region of China. Next. Well, next, let me tell you why we're here and what we'll tell you more at the end, and why open source. But let me start with tell you that WHO's main objective actually is to help countries worldwide, as you know, to connect, collaborate, and share information and knowledge to improve health and well-being. So that's the sole role of WHO. The key World Health Organization objective will be strengthened by developing information infrastructure for connecting information and knowledge in a global network of information. So, you know, I told you how we detect today event potential threats as early as possible. And I told you that we don't have a possibility to connect directly at source to get patient health-related data from healthcare systems and their individual observations maybe. Obviously, if we would have had this kind of access and capabilities, then we would have even earlier detection of more relevant data. This issue is complex and it's important, definitely complex and multivariate, and definitely we don't have time in this panel to talk about this. But what can we do in the meantime? Well, in the meantime, one way is to continue improving early detection from publicly available sources, and we can mine volume of information using different analytical methods. We can need a stack of information available publicly. However, we have challenges. All this massive volume of information includes conspiracy theories, mis and disinformation. We have combination of opinions and facts. So how do we verify that this information so we don't act on myths? Well, alongside of analytics that we're using today and natural language processing, trying to discover content and context in this publicly available information, we plan to go with linking data, information, and knowledge available in different systems worldwide, such as those which provide public health intelligence and those which provide contextual information. And then we can, if we have this network of information semantically linked together, we can discover patterns in disease progression and spread, discover similarities, unravel anomalies, while complying to local data protection rules and regulations. And this is exactly strategic objective of WHO going forward with public health intelligence. So next, how do we plan to achieve this objective of fostering connection and sharing data, information, and knowledge, not only between countries and people as we're doing today, but between different information systems and data sets too? Well, we're working internally to establish a strategic WHO initiative to develop support of evolution of this information network that I mentioned. And this information network will power and be powered by the connected artificial augmented intelligence systems to support not only early detection risk assessment, but also to discover patterns of diseases and to learn to forecast new outbreaks maybe one day in the future. So by the end of this presentation, I'll tell you more about the type of open source projects that we have and give you more ideas about why these projects are seen as open source. But before that, I will let you, Sarah, tell you how her team uses technology to support field workers in contact tracing. So with that, Sarah, over to you.
I'm going to briefly walk you all through the GoData implementation journey so far, and how, in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic especially, the rapid scale-up of this tool to now over 60+ countries has really hinged on the collaboration of our user base through platforms like GitHub. And as Dushan highlighted, as you'll see on the WHO GitHub page once you visit, this is just one of the many tools engaging the open source community in regards to pandemic preparedness and response. And hopefully it can provide you just a tangible snapshot into how these activities are starting to take place within the organization. So let's travel back in time for a moment to the pre-COVID era, in particular in 2016, when the goal for this project really originated. There was a request from member state countries to WHO to develop a free, lightweight tool for field-level outbreak investigation and contact tracing. This then began the iterative journey of requirements gathering and consolidating experiences from WHO and partner institutions that have participated in outbreak response over the years. The resulting platform, in its more or less mature form, was first piloted in 2019 during the Ebola outbreak in North Kivu. Linked here to an excellent piece that I really like. It's created through Esri Story Maps platform, and it gives a nice overview of WHO's surveillance activities during this response. Just to hone in and focus on the cornerstone of this and any outbreak response, next slide, testing and contact tracing. So once a confirmed case is identified, the contact tracing process begins and community level teams need to be quickly mobilized. In the case here, ring vaccination of the newly approved vaccine was being introduced, which involves identifying and tracing not only first level contacts, but also secondary and tertiary level contacts. So you can begin to imagine the value in having a really well-functioning, well-structured tool for data collection that enables you to monitor hundreds, if not thousands of contacts across the various áreas de santé at any given time, and how vital this could be actually in informing practical field level activities on a day-to-day basis. Flash forward to 2020, when suddenly overnight, contact tracing is not just something you hear about in a presentation of the Ebola response, but I think that every country of all resource levels and across all geographies are talking about. And frankly, it was something that many countries needed to implement overnight. Given the digital era we live in as well, contact tracing apps became all the buzz as countries were seeking innovative solutions to quickly face this crisis. I want to spend just a few moments to clarify what I mean by contact tracing app for the purposes of this presentation. The term can be used pretty loosely in the media, and many of you in the audience as developers may very well be working on projects that fall into one of these categories. So WHO guidance on digital tools for contact tracing published back in June lumped these tools into three main categories: outbreak response, proximity tracking, and symptom tracking. The GoData tool falls into the first category and serves really as a reference outbreak response tool, either for countries to use out of the box if they don't already have one, or for countries to align their existing outbreak response tool with, thereby ensuring WHO standards on minimum data collection, data privacy, et cetera. So in the interest of time, I'll really fly through a few features worth noting. More information and demos are available online. But here's the initial web app interface. And there are granular user roles and permissions that allow different types of surveillance staff to log in and interact with or access different types of data when they go to perform their necessary surveillance duties. To outline quickly a few user personas, a field epidemiologist may be performing case investigations through the web app and listing contacts, which are then automatically assigned to the relevant contact tracer to perform follow-ups through their mobile app. And in the meantime, lab personnel might be entering in lab results in a separate module, thereby prompting and alerting the surveillance team to then know which suspect cases are positive and which they need to perform a full-on case investigation for. A supervisor at the national level can view an aggregate snapshot of the epi scenario, as you see in this screenshot here, or regional teams can dig deeper into their regional KPIs. The platform is built really on structured integrated line lists. So there's an example screenshot here. It's really giving a centralized home to related case and contact data that can often be siloed across various systems, including lab and hospitalization data. Next slide, perhaps one of the most important features is the ability to construct and visualize chains of transmission across the different entities in the platform through space and time. So whether they be cases, contacts, or exposure events. We also have geospatial mapping functionality. So you can see these linkages overlaid onto a base map of your choice. The platform also illustrates the journey of cases and contacts longitudinally. So a few example screenshots here, contact follow-up dashboards, the ability to see visually the sequence of events occurring for a given case, or next screenshot honing in on key time intervals from a performance management perspective. So we're seeing here the time lapse between symptom onset and specimen collection. So really the point here is for the data to be transformed as much as possible into field level decision making and any operational improvements at any time that we can. So now across the past 11 months from our vantage point at WHO, we've been supporting governments and institutions globally to enhance their COVID-19 contact tracing activities through tools like GoData and other activities. And this slide shows just a few examples of where I worked with country teams on these activities, starting with DRC last December, Italy in early March, Europe's largest refugee camp in Lesbos in November, and Canton Vaud in Switzerland right here in my backyard. So it's clear how vastly different these environments are, but the teams I've encountered along the way have remarkably similar challenges. Needless to say, there's a lot of power in sharing these learnings across settings and really not reinventing the wheel. In this way, community building around these activities has been an absolute necessity. We all know by now, I think, that the tried and true boots on the ground principles of contact tracing don't change all that much despite which digital tool is used. And we've put a lot of effort in trying to convene a space for different users to interact, whether it be through WHO consultations where countries present their strategies and challenges, through our online community of practice, or through our GitHub repository. Next slide, I think there's a screenshot of our community of practice. And then, yeah, the next slide, we have our GitHub repository there, which feel free to take a screenshot of that. So this is this repo. It's a central place where various users have begun to document and share technical resources developed and used in the context of their GoData implementation. So individual users and institutions, we invite them to build on this library of resources and really adapt what they can for their specific setting and then share it back with the community. So a few examples of what this entails. This can include various scripts and code snippets in R and Python to produce automated analyses, dashboards directly from the platform API. We have connectors to Power BI and other external analytics platforms. We also have browser plugins for anonymization of data, middleware layers to kickstart interoperability efforts, since we know it's important that secure data exchange is needed in countries where more than one system might be taking place for routine surveillance and contact tracing. And we really had the pleasure of working with a number of universities and organizations to begin to build out these resources. So at that, we invite you to visit the GoData project within the GitHub repo to see how you can take part. I think that's it on my end. I will turn it back to you, Mala. Thanks for your attention.
Great, thanks so much, Sarah and Dushan, for sharing some really interesting insights into your work. Now, as we've mentioned quite a few times in this presentation, open source is a really key part of the future of public health technology solutions. And to that aim, the World Health Organization has been working really hard the past couple of months to open source, not just the work that Sarah just mentioned, but also some applications that Dushan's going to talk about in just a few minutes. Now, there's obviously so many organizations, communities, people, individuals, and companies that can plug into WHO work being such a critical portion to the public health ecosystem. But for the next couple of months, these are some of the categories of organizations that are really critical. Now, of course, the journey to effective open source doesn't happen overnight. There's a lot of stages that have to happen in parallel. And so just really quickly, Sarah, I would love to hear about your experience here, where WHO is and how it's positively impacted your work.
Sure. I think that obviously I can't speak for the whole organization, but Dushan and I, as he has alluded to earlier, and how I can certainly speak from my experience, that we're both part of teams among several other teams at WHO that are very much early adopters of this type of collaboration within the organization. So this inner source kind of movement, that's been really cool to see. There's been an increasing momentum around this so far, and not just across teams and departments and working across in ways that typically they might have been siloed, but even through levels of the organization. So country office, regional office, and headquarters. Not just with the emergencies program and the COVID response, but I used to work on a team at WHO, the WHO Integrated Data Platform, which really screams inner source. It's integrated multidisciplinary team doing a shared data platform, shared reference data and standards across, I think, 7 departments. So with that kind of stuff going on, it's really, really a cause for optimism, and it's really a cool thing to see.
Great, thanks so much. And then, Dushan, I'm going to ask you the question that is on everybody's mind. How can the community get involved? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Excellent. I'm struggling with technology. So inner source is one really, really important and key reason why we decided to have a platform such as GitHub for fostering collaboration within WHO. But we have, as I mentioned, during my discussion, that understanding what's there in the world and what kind of information exists, and bringing context together to understand really what is happening and to react based on facts requires really, as Jumala mentioned, collaboration between different players and different people. And we realize that going forward, connecting the world and connecting information and data from different sources, we need also to have a grassroots approach. So one thing is evidence-based organizations comes together, bringing things together. But on the other hand, if you want to react early, we also need to engage people. And the more active we all are, the better chance we have. So we have, you can engage with us. We're working actively within WHO to set up governance as we speak for open source collaboration. Before we set up everything, we still open the repository that would serve as open source communication channel. You can see this on the screen, and please take a screenshot or a link. There we can share product roadmaps, collaboration guidelines, and we can use issues of discussion to engage early on with you. We already have a number of open source projects that you will see on that page as well. So there is a scope for collaboration early on, starting 2021. Thank you, Mal. Over to you.
Great, thanks so much. And just to reiterate Dushan's point, please do take a screenshot of this slide so that you have the link. This repository is set up to really be your first interaction in case you want to get involved in WHO's open source work. I want to thank Dushan and Sarah for all of their hard work these past few months to get this presentation together and really get all the work behind the presentation. It's been a long haul, and we all should be really proud of everything that we've accomplished. Also, please, to our audience, take a screenshot of the slide. Feel free to get in contact with us. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but we really loved having you here. Thank you all so much.
Bye.
Wow, that was an awesome discussion, and you can actually catch those panelists and discussions. So githubuniverse.com/discussions, and then continue that conversation there. Also, perfect segue into our next speaker, which is all about building community with GitHub discussions. Our speaker is Neha Batra, Director of Engineering at GitHub. Not only a whiz at the Oculus and she was featured in our keynote. If you missed the keynote, definitely check it out on the videos on demand, githubuniverse.com. Neha also is a volunteer at Write Speak Code and to help marginalized individuals through peer-led professional development. And I think Neha may have celebrated a birthday recently, very recently. So definitely shout out for that. Reminder, you can engage Neha. You can engage with Neha in the discussions, githubuniverse.com/discussions during the talk. And also remember, rate the session. So if you're enjoying yourself, enjoying the content, enjoying all the whimsical tips and tricks about GitHub discussions, definitely let us know with the link, the gold star. So without further ado, I'm going to intro Neha for building community with GitHub discussions. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for that introduction. And I'm part of the team that brought you GitHub Discussions. I'm really excited about talking about building your community with GitHub Discussions, which as of Tuesday is available for all repos in public beta. And so thousands of you have turned it on since then. This talk is primarily geared towards maintainers at GitHub, but if you're a collaborator, triager, contributor, or you're just someone who's curious about what's in Discussions, I have plenty to see. So what I'm going to show you in this talk is a tour through each of the features on GitHub Discussions. For each feature, I'll show you our recommended best practices and some cool examples of how other open source communities have used those features during the past private beta period. Hopefully, that'll give you some ideas about what you might want to try when you're using GitHub Discussions for your community. And of course, I won't leave you hanging. This release is only a beta, so I'm going to show you basically a little sneak peek of some of the work that we have coming up in the new year, and I'll make sure that you know how you can give us feedback about what you like and what you'd like to have. So before I dive in, I want to quickly talk about the open source ecosystem and why GitHub Discussions exists in the first place. So this is an incredibly oversimplified cycle of what open source work looks like on GitHub. So basically, people use a feature, tool, or product, then they notice an issue, they file an issue, and that work will hopefully get prioritized, maybe worked on. Someone will open up a pull request, it'll get merged, and boom, it's slated for a new release, and it goes out into the world, and people use the new thing. So already there's something missing, and that is where the conversation lives. And that's because it usually lives over here. Outside of the cycle, products ignite ideas and facilitate conversations, and that conversation ends up in chat applications, forums, social news, and basically sometimes GitHub issues. And as someone who used to work full-time on open source products at GitHub, I'll tell you right now, it's really difficult to manage both conversations and work within GitHub issues. And you've told us that too. You don't want someone writing in your to-do list, and you want GitHub issues to be a place of focus. We heard you. We want to keep Q&A and conversations separate from GitHub issues, but we also don't want those to be completely detached either. Their relationship is important. That's why we've added GitHub discussions into the cycle. GitHub discussions brings the important conversations to the place you work without overlapping them with defined, prioritized, ongoing work that you have in issues and pull requests. So you can think of GitHub discussions as the living room of your open source community. So work with me. GitHub discussions is the place where people can come in, grab a seat on the couch, chatter, maybe get a new idea, maybe get inspired by that idea, and I don't know, venture over to the kitchen and cook something up. It's really clear that I probably selected this metaphor because it's 2020 and I don't have a living room full of people, but I have found GitHub discussions to be a virtual homey place to interact with my community. The best part is that it enables non-code contribution pathways. So it lets people interact amongst themselves and help each other. And it also makes it easier for the folks with questions to talk to the people with answers, be it maintainers, collaborators, or someone who's just been there before. So let's get started, shall we? If you haven't enabled discussions yet, I'm going to show you how now. So to start, you're going to want to go to your repos settings page, and then you can go on that default page, scroll down to the features section, and you'll see a discussions checkbox waiting for you. And it looks like this. So you can click on Set Up Discussions to get started, and this is going to take you to a pre-made template that we've set up for you. You can review, modify it, maybe you don't want any of those comments in, and then voila, click on Start Discussion and you have your first discussion. Now, it's good to pin important discussions like this one, so you can click on Pin Discussion, and then you can kind of choose a really cool color. I love the blue one. Obviously, we're going to go with the Octocats. You can click on Pin Discussion, and there you have it on your index page, your first discussion. Now, if you have issues that should be discussions, you can cover those individually, convert them or in bulk. So if you wanted to do it in bulk, you can go here to the label section. Here we selected the question label. Obviously, probably the best one for that is a Q&A category. And there you go. All you have to do is click that button, and you're going to convert those from your issues over to your discussions. And you can see that over on your discussions page. Now, as I mentioned before, GitHub Discussions has been in private beta since May, which means we've seen a lot of really creative ways to get started. So I'm going to show you 2 examples about best practices that you can use. A best practice is to customize even your first introduction exactly for your community. And so this is one that I wanted to show you, which is the PySock community that took the setup template that we provided, and they translated that also into Chinese to introduce discussions into their community in 2 languages. Another discussion that gets a lot of traction is the one where it's a welcome discussion where you can help introduce yourself. I think this is especially valuable for maintainers and collaborators to post in the discussion early, basically to set this tone and tell people how you'd like your community to introduce themselves and what information you'd like others to post in also. So we've gotten started, congrats. Here's a map of what I'm going to show you for the main course of the talk. I'm going to be going through customizing categories, creating discussions, answering questions, recognizing contributions, and your moderation options. So let's start with categories. Every repository comes with a default set of 4 categories: general, ideas, Q&A, and show and tell. But these can be modified. Only maintainers and admins can do that. And so what you're going to do is you're going to see that edit button only available to those people. I'm going to click on it. So when you get there, you're going to see the categories edit page, and you can click on edit for any category, or you can click on a new category. I'm going to try one, call it components. Obviously, I'm going to choose the avocado emoji because I mean, there's no explanation needed. And I'm going to choose a description so that people know which category to choose. And what we're left here with is a discussion format. Now, the discussion format, you have two options. One is an open-ended discussion, which is just for casual conversations, and the other one is question answer. So that means that any discussion that's created in that category allows either the author or the maintainer, or collaborator or maintainer, to select an answer for every discussion that exists in that category. So you can always go in, you can modify that later if it's working or it isn't working for you. So here are some examples of what other open source communities have created for their categories. So the first one here is with Next.js. You're not seeing anything particularly unique in the categories here, but the interesting thing here is that in their ideas category, they use this as an RFC, which means request for comments. And so maintainers often present their ideas to the community, and they're looking for comments and to get reactions to what those ideas are. I really think that's like a cool way to utilize the ideas category. The second example I have here is Azure PL. So they have some of their categories in Polish, which makes sense for their community. The third one is Home Assistant, and they have the accessibility and localization categories, which is important because it helps people with the expertise find the discussions and they can help with right away. Fomantic UI is our fourth example, and they've chosen to use their categories in a more structured way to filter out the kinds of conversations that typically come up for that repository. And finally, Gatsby.js has a cool umbrella discussions category. And they've been using this for the maintainers to open up discussions around topics like cache clearing flags or parallel sourcing. And it's often with links or docs or basically helpful information for the community. And it opens up this to the community for questions, bugs, ideas, or updates. I think the most important thing about categories is that you get to set the tone here to help the community know what to expect and where to go. It's like a map. So if there's a common area that you notice that comes up over time, you can always create new categories. Or maybe you realize a category is seldom used and you can go ahead and delete it. And don't worry, when you go to delete a category, if we notice that there's discussions inside, we're going to ask you where you'd like to reassign those discussions. And take note that you do have a maximum of 10 categories that you can create. Okay, now that you have the right categories, it's time to walk you through that new discussion flow once more. And I'm going to point out a few things that happen after you click that shiny green button. So the first thing that I want to point out is that you can see in this dropdown, that's where your title and your description show up. So when you're creating your description, you want to make sure you're gearing it towards your user. And the second is that once you post a discussion, on the right-hand side here, you can see a panel of the things that you can do to moderate the discussion, and that's only available for certain roles. And finally, when you pin discussions, I want you to know that you can pin up to 4 discussions. My personal recommendation is that it looks way cooler if you switch up the colors and the patterns of the pinned discussions to give it a more dynamic feel. And once you have a pinned discussion, you can always go back and edit it. You can unpin. You can even reorder all of the pinned discussions altogether. As a maintainer, you can also go back and edit anyone's individual discussions for someone else that's posted to help things become more structured and organized. So here's an example here where Snowpack has used a pin discussion as their change log. And so it's kind of pinned at the top. You can see that Fred's got some spot on GIFs here. And what I love is that each comment is a new version and it details, and it allows people to easily reply with thoughts or words of thank or encouragement. Another one that I think is really cute is that React Hook Forum has a community member. A community member went in and they congratulated the community for an award that they received, which I thought was so sweet and charming, and it's really appreciated. And so, of course, the maintainers went back and they pinned that discussion. Here's a Q&A example for you. And you can't exactly see it here, but in this thread, the author had asked about getting a tile with spaces between images and global borders. And someone had posted an answer within those replies, you can see here, multiple people are jumping in to help make that answer more helpful. And for this example specifically, what had happened was that 2 people had posted answers and they're really helpful. And so there's this really awesome dynamic where the original author of the post was like, I don't know which one to pick. You both have been so helpful. And then both responders said, like, don't worry about it. It's just about like getting the right answer. And I just felt like this was a really adorable example because it's what you would see in a healthy open source community. And I thought that was wonderful. So this is another example. It's an example of where a maintainer saw a question, realized there was a legitimate bug, they opened an issue for it and a PR for it, and they merged and deployed it. When they came back, they followed up and they said like, hey, this is corrected. And it was in the same day. So this is a really cool way to kind of connect both the discussion and the issues and have that duality work. And they marked that as the author marked that as an answer so that anyone who comes back will see that that is now fixed and this is like in a new version. Another example I wanted to talk about was that 2020 is really real. And of course, all the time, there are cases where maintainers aren't going to be able to keep up with their community. And it's totally okay to open up a discussion explaining that. You can pin that at the top. And that way your community knows what to expect. And you can kind of see that people have reacted really well to this discussion. So let's get directly into the mechanics of marking an answer. So anyone with Triage Plus access or the author can do this. And this is kind of what it looks like. When you find an answer to a question, you can click on the checkbox and a gray box will appear and you can say who marked the answer and it'll be recorded so you can even see who marked it right underneath. And so I guess Brooklyn was asking for the best guacamole recipe here without anyone else responding. She marked her own answer. I don't actually see this happen too often. Not many people are asking for guacamole recipes, but this is kind of an example of what you can see, and I'll give you more realistic examples now. So here's an example where an author might mark their own answer because they asked a question, they did some research, and they went back to answer it. And so you can see that it'll help everyone else who comes across that question. And here's an example where the maintainer knew the answer to the question because it was about an existing bug, but they even went into the replies and they helped that person get access to where the PR was to get the fix up front. Now, you can see an answer was marked here, but I think this is more for humor, and so it gets bonus points for creativity. So you can see that the maintainer had asked, is Adonis 5 production ready? And they responded to their own answer as yes. I thought that was really cute, and so I wanted to point out the example. Now we have all the tools that we need to manage existing discussions. Let's talk really briefly about some enhancements we have to improve the community's interactions. And first things first, you can see right here, there's a leaderboard on the right-hand side, and it shows people with the most answered discussions. So when someone's answer is marked as an answer, it might show up in a leaderboard, especially if they're in the top 8. But you'll also see that data gets added to their hover card. So in the middle here, you can see when you hover over someone's name, it tells you, for example, Robin has answered a few discussions in the past week, but 36 in the last month. And then if you were to go on their profile, you'll see a total count. So they've answered 116 overall at the time of us taking the screenshot. I thought that was pretty cool. This is the kind of information that you can use to understand who's particularly active and might be a candidate to become a triager or someone with write access one day. And we actually have a story for that for you. So Next.js was an early adopter of GitHub discussions, and they kept noticing that James Mosier was one of the people who were consistent in answering discussions. And so with that data that they were able to see, they basically went and approached James and they asked him if he wanted to be part of the community, and he became a triager for Next.js. And he said yes. So this is a great example of how important non-code contributions and valuable they are, how important and valuable non-code contributions are, and how the maintainers can leverage that information to bring people into the community even more. So we got his permission to tell the story, and when we asked him about it, he shared how he remembered really vividly what it's like to start coding and have a ton of questions, and it's his way of giving back. So he said that answering in discussions allowed him to learn a ton by digging into the Next.js code base, and he wanted to make sure that he was accurately answering those questions. And you can even see that this comes with a sense of pride. So you can see on his profile, he even added it to his README. And so you never know who might emerge to build the community. And thank you for letting us share your story, James. Finally, I wanted to briefly talk to you about what you can do with triager, write, maintainer, and admin permissions. And as far as discussions go, people with write, maintain, admin access can basically do the same thing with 2 exceptions. So people with maintain and admin access can enable discussions altogether from the settings page. And also they're the only ones who can create and edit categories, but otherwise they have the same permissions. So I'm going to show you what you can do with triage roles and write roles so that when you're selecting people in the community, you can know which ones to give. So I've got 3 spots to point out. So the first one is in the kebab. For each discussion, comment, or answer or reply, you can click on the kebab. And so people with Triage Plus roles can hide comments, replies, etc. And people with Write Plus can actually go ahead and edit them. Now, on the right-hand panel, there you also have a few options. So Triagers Plus can lock a discussion, and people with Write Plus access can transfer it, pin a discussion, or delete it. And in this example, you can kind of see through the events that Brooklyn went in, they locked the conversation, and so people with that access can also, a Triage Plus access can unlock it. Finally, in the top right, you can see that there you see a little gear icon next to the category, which means you can change the category. So that is for people with Write Plus access. And if you ever, another thing that's really valuable to know is that if you convert an issue to a discussion, it carries over the moderation as well. So, in case you're curious, this is what it looks like. This is what a hidden comment looks like. And that's basically it. That's what you have. So we talked about getting started, categories, new discussions, marking answers, how you can use the information on the site to provide recognition, and how to moderate and keep the community healthy. Now, GitHub Discussions is still a work in progress. It's genuinely a beta product, and so we'll be iterating on it to get it to GA after the holidays. And here's some things that we're cooking up. So the first one that you've probably already noticed is that if you're on the beta for iOS or Android, Discussions is available in the GitHub application. If you're not on the beta, here's a sneak peek of what you'll see when it comes in at GAs in the new year. So you'll be able to open, moderate, mark, and reply to discussions in true async fashion. The second thing I wanted to give you a glimpse of is upvoting. So we're still playing with the feel of it, but you've been able to do this on the Universe repo, and you'll be able to soon do this overall. We're still playing with it. It's in the features in private beta to be able to upvote both discussions and comments. That'll also be feeding into a sort, which means that you'll be getting the most valuable discussions sorted up top. And that's not all. Just trying to get my, oh, there we go. Cool. So that's not all. We have a long road ahead, and oh no, I think there's a lag. Oh no. There we go. Okay, cool. So we've got a long road ahead, and to give you the product that you need to build the community even more successfully, here are some of the things that are on our roadmap in case you were curious. And the best way to hear about upcoming features is, as they become available, is to give us feedback and to come and find us in our open source repository. So for today, you can go to the Universe one. This is a short link. It'll redirect you to the GitHub Universe 2020 repo. I'll be there right after. And beyond, you can go to the GitHub feedback repo, and you can talk about what you like about discussions or anything that you see on mobile. Now, as far as finding out the latest features, your best bet is to watch the roadmap repo or to go and follow the Twitter account GHChangelog. And we'll also do our best to reply to comments or for requests that we've seen in the feedback repo. Last thing, this was a huge undertaking, and here are some of the hubbers that were involved. So if you see them around, then you can see that if you see them around in the feedback repo or anywhere else, make sure to say thank you. And that's it. That's all I have for you. Thank you so much.
That was awesome, Neha. Thank you so much for that wonderful talk about GitHub Discussions. And I think it's pretty funny. People are learning about GitHub Discussions while you're talking about GitHub Discussions in GitHub Discussions. So definitely head over there. We're getting lots of questions and also lots of really great feedback. And I know Evie is in there answering questions and responding to some of this feedback. But I've got a few for you. So if you could recommend 3 things that a maintainer could do to be successful with GitHub Discussions, what would they be?
So I think the 3 that I would pick, one is definitely the categories, since it sets the tone for like what people might want to open discussions about. So if you want more recognition or showing what you have or responding to ideas, you can kind of set that tone. Number 2 is I've seen a lot of repositories been slow so far to pin discussions. I really feel like that starts to bring things together and solidify like what to look for and what cues to take. So I think that's number 2. And then number 3 is to quickly look at the leaderboard and quickly encourage people to start helping each other. So I think that the first few messages and the first few messages of encouragement are really going to be instrumental in helping the community come together and take on discussions.
Yeah, that's awesome. When I go to a new discussions page and maintainers have actually pinned discussions to the top, it really helps me orient really fast, even if I have been there before. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It not
Yeah.
only like it pops out in a way that's like really helpful, and it also helps you see what's new, right? So if there's anything that you've missed, if there's any new news, that's always the place to go to.
Yeah, totally. I love it. Brian, you got the next question?
Yep. Excellent. Yeah, so I'm just like remarking right now. I see Jay Herman's actually in discussions at the moment, providing tons of feedback for your feature set too as well. So you'll have a nice little roadmap after Universe to work on. But my question is
Excellent.
actually, what have you been most surprised about when you're looking at how communities are using GitHub discussions today?
The thing that I always look for when I'm looking at GitHub discussions and how other communities are using it are those moments where people are helping each other. I think the thing that I found, this is what I always hoped for, but I'm still really surprised and happy to see it, is how many people are collaborating together. So it's not just a question and answer, a one-to-one. It's really like a one-to-many, or like the entire community coming together. And so that's why I highlighted that example in Image Magic, where so many people are pitching in to get to a resolution. I think it's remarkable, and it's like probably the most interesting thing that I've noticed.
Yeah, that is awesome, and I love that how organic it is for people to sort of just jump right in and sort of I guess it's a term, being elevated. But yeah, I digress. I could talk about this for hours, but we don't have hours. We only have a couple minutes. So, Kath, do you want to take the last question I think that we have?
Yeah, definitely. Whoops, snatched that right out of your hand a little early. This is actually a question that came through in discussions, and I think it's been answered over there. But for folks who maybe aren't over in discussions yet, Neha, I'm going to ask this one anyway. How can I allow users to write in their own language and then automatically translate it?
I think that's a really good question. It's definitely something that is not going to happen overnight, or something that we can answer in a quick answer here. But I think that we should probably take it over to the discussions, and we can have a good conversation there.
Yeah, that sounds great. And I love talking about translations. I work with lots of different languages on docs. So I think that conversation over in discussions is going to be really riveting. So let's see. I think there actually is time for one more. So I'm just going to go with it. What features have had the biggest impact on the internal GitHub workflows?
I think that we're seeing a lot of our repos take on discussions, and I think like being able to extend that over to mobile has allowed us to truly embrace our async culture and like our style. So I would say that what I've seen specifically happen within the community is that we've been much more open to new ideas, and to have conversations about those ideas organically, and have those linked back to the work that we need to do. So that's something that I found really interesting as far as discussions affecting our internal culture. And the other one would be mobile, where now if I know that there's something that might be blocked on me, I can quickly check on that before rushing back to my computer, and I can kind of choose how I want to work and when I want to work. Yeah.
That's really cool. I love that. And just one more time, happy birthday yesterday. That was really cool to see in the highlights. I hope you had a great discussion about that with Kyle Daigle afterwards.
Yeah, it was quite wonderful. He's a great person.
Yeah, I loved seeing that. All right, so I think those are all the questions that we have for you, Neha, so far. But I think there's a lot more happening in discussions, and a ton of feedback that we're seeing coming in about the feature itself. And I'm so stoked that, and I know you are too, Neha, that now everyone can try out discussions if you are running a public project. And so I'm sure you're going to get a lot more feedback that you already have been getting on the feature. And yeah, I'm excited about that roadmap to come. So Neha is actually going to head over to GitHub discussions to continue answering your questions. And I think we're ready to head into our next session. Thank you so much, Neha.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
All right, we are back. And
Certainly.
yeah, that session was really, really cool. I think we have so many great talks coming up. And yeah, thanks, Neha, for all of that. And I already said she's going over to discussions to answer your questions. And now's a really great time to head over there and hang out. We have a lot of great talks coming up, but I think Brian and I have been hot to engage with you guys on social, and we're seeing a lot of really amazing tweets come in. And you can hit him up, bdougieyo, use that hashtag GitHub Universe, or I'm Simsoka. But we've got this great tweet from Marco B. Great talk from Kelsey Hightower explaining GitOps and Kubernetes in a simple way. Some of the takeaways: we already had all the tools, knowledge, and people matter. I think that was definitely awesome. I love hearing from Kelsey. And I know Brian, I saw Brian, he was muted, but the whole entire time he was just saying amen to every single point that Kelsey was making. So that was awesome. Glad you all really loved that. And then we have another one from SW Dev Angel. One of the many things we love about Kelsey Hightower is his humanity, talking about the emotional impact and of a credit card transaction, not only going through at checkout or the collaboration act of breaking a marathon world record. That was really awesome. And little known fact, I actually am a marathoner. I've run 10 marathons in my life. So it was pretty cool to hear him talk about, my ears perked up a little bit when he was talking about the marathon world record. I think I stayed up till like 4 a.m. that day watching that happen.
Wow.
So that was really, really awesome. And there's still more to come. So keep tweeting at us, keep talking to us. And you're in the developer channel. So things coming up, and looking forward to things you can look forward to on the developer track. We are heading into a break pretty soon. And so you're going to hear 2xAA's chill chiptune on the DJ break. And also we have a panel coming up, maintaining boundaries, balance, and funding with open source. Really, really great panel. Looking forward to hearing from this. And then there's a talk coming up that I'm intimately aware of, the open sourcing our GitHub docs, how we're working with the community to build docs as an interface for code. So if you want to know all about that and what's going on with GitHub documentation and the things that we're changing there, definitely check out that one. I think there's somebody who's really, really freaking cool who's giving that talk. And coming up on the enterprise track, they're also heading into the Play channel. We're going to merge with the Play channel. And then they're also talking about optimizing your monorepo experience, and then open source online DevOps Dojo. And now I think it's break time. So we're going to head into this break and hear from our DJ. And for the next performance, we're going to hear from Sam, Ray, and Alitia. So Sam's creating music using Nano Loop 2. There's the Peak 2 headphones going back on. So Brian can check this out. So he's using Nano Loop 2 on the Nintendo Game Boy Advance. And all audio reactive videos are coded by Alitia in GLSL shaders in real time. And just a reminder, please be aware that this performance has some flashing lights, so it may not be suitable for those with photosensitivity. So if you have any concerns, you can enjoy this just from the audio. So go ahead and turn off your screen and listen to the audio in the background. And we will see you back here in about 15 minutes.
And we are back, merging back into the dev track. We're the dev channel, and yeah, we're just gonna keep chugging along with all this open source goodness and content. We got a panel coming up, but just want a reminder: if you want to continue on with the play track, you can go back to the play track. It's on another channel and check out the rest of the events and music that's happening today. Also, a reminder: if you're sort of flipping back and forth and rebasing back between the different channels, you want to make sure you unmute because you'll be able to hear much better if you unmute. That way, it's just muted by default. And speaking of muted by default, Kath, do you want to actually, speaking of flipping channels, Kath, do you want to introduce our little break that we have coming up right now?
Yeah, definitely. We've got somebody who I think he wants to interrupt us, and so we're going to hear from Kyle Daigle, who I don't know what he's going to say, but maybe something similar to yesterday, or maybe he has cakes for us. I hear he's just giving out cakes, and so let's yeah, that'd be awesome. Let's hear from Kyle.
Hey, Kath and Brian, we're in the final stretch of GitHub Universe, and I hope the two of you are hanging in there and hydrating. Brian, I think it's time to bust out your soundboard and help me get the crowd going. Everyone, join me for the final day of the GitHub Universe Highlight Show, where we'll cover all the talks from today across all 4 tracks. We'll show you a little bit of a behind-the-scenes view of what it took to put on GitHub Universe this year, and a little surprise from some people you've gotten to know over the past few days. All this and more starts at 1:15 p.m. Pacific today, so be sure to tune in. Kath and Brian, I'll send it back to you.
Wow. Okay, Kyle.
Thanks, Kyle.
That one's for Kyle. And also, thanks for interjecting to us, Kyle. He knows all my secrets because I took pictures of my soundboard and put them on Twitter. But I do want to jump in and say that the enterprise track, if you are interested, they're actually having a talk about optimizing your mono repo experience, which I'm 100% convinced that mono repos are all those things that keep getting disappearing from Germany and Salt Lake City. So really interested to find out what all that's about. But also open source online DevOps dojo, as well as a 1 hour from now, there'll be a Productivity Plus, GitHub Mobile, Desktop, and CLI. So definitely check that out. But right now, we're actually on the dev track, and we have sorry, I'm Kath, why don't you go ahead and introduce what's coming up next? Because I'm all over the place, discombobulated.
No problem. You were just like thinking about that monolith. When during the keynote, when the GitHub... I'm
still merging.
Yeah, totally merging back from the Play channel. But yeah, during the keynote, when the GitHub UI went into the dark water and then it came back out and dark mode was revealed, I was fully expecting the monolith to actually come out of that dark water. It would have been great. Maybe somebody can create that meme for us. But yeah, up next, I'm going to just introduce our next panel. We have got Managing Boundaries, Balance, and Funding in Open Source. And we have 4 panelists, Sasha, Evan, Gina, and Wes. And remember to engage with them on GitHub discussions or engage on GitHub discussions. While they're talking, there's going to be folks hanging out on GitHub discussions who can answer your questions about everything they're talking about. They're giving away some really, really juicy secrets about how to, and tips and tricks about how to manage open source projects. And don't forget to rate the session afterwards. We really value your feedback, helps us with all of our programming. So just go to that yellow star when you join discussions at the bottom of the page. So I am going to toss it over to our panel.
Hi, everybody. I am Sasha Rosenbaum. I'm a product manager here at GitHub, and it is my absolute pleasure today to host a panel on managing boundaries, balance, and funding in open source. If you've been watching GitHub Universe sessions today and the previous couple of days, you know that the world is largely powered by open source. But you also know that open source is not necessarily easy to get started with or easy to get into, manage, and so on and so forth. So I may be biased, but I think whether you're just getting started or you already have a big project and you're looking to get it funded, or you're just looking to figure out how to have work-life balance in open source, this panel is for you. And here we're talking with some really great open source maintainers, Gina Hoyske, Evan Yo, and Wes McKinney. And these discussions actually started with the GitHub README project, where we learned a little bit about each of the maintainers and had a privilege to hear some of their stories. And we just wanted to bring it out over to you. And you can also look it up at github.com/readme to read more about each one of our panelists. So with that, I will let my panelists introduce themselves. So Gina, why don't we start with you?
Hi, I'm Gina Hoyske, aka Fusel, on the net. I would classify myself as a full-blood nerd. I'm also a full-time OSS maintainer now since 2014, and I'm also a gamer and hobby baker. Back to you, Sasha.
Nice. All right. So Evan, let's continue the intros.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Evan Yo, and I'm also an independent open source developer. I work on the front-end JavaScript framework called Vue.js, and I've been doing it full-time since 2016. Back to you, Sasha.
Awesome. And Wes, why don't we continue introductions?
Hi, I'm Wes McKinney. I'm best known as the creator of the Python Pandas project. Over the last several years, I've been focused on the Apache Arrow project, and I currently direct Ursa Labs, which is a group of six full-time Apache Arrow developers.
Thank you, Wes. So my first question is actually, what would you describe your role as open source maintainer? And Gina, let's get us started.
I would say it's like a bit of a mixture of being a gardener, a parent, and an architect at the same time. On the one hand, you have to take care of your code and make sure it grows and all that. You have to educate your users and sometimes also resolve some struggles or something. And also, of course, you have to build new things.
And Wes, how would you describe your role as open source maintainer?
Yeah, I also think it's a hybrid role. I myself think of it as a cross between a librarian and a cat herder. So partially, my job is to keep all of the information, the roadmap and the issue tracker, organized and orderly so that people can arrive and successfully make contributions to the project, while also making sure that all of the contributors and other maintainers are being productive and that the whole project as a whole is healthy and making good decisions and respecting its code of conduct and its governance principles and so forth.
And Evan, how would you describe your role as open source maintainer?
Yeah, I share pretty much the same. I think Gina and Wes made a lot of good metaphors that I completely agree with. I think in the beginning I was mostly just writing code, but as the community grows, you naturally have to deal more with coordinating efforts in the community, trying to make sure the community is a good one, is welcoming, and people know where to go to ask questions. And so a lot of community maintenance, but still a lot of code to write as well.
So a lot of code writing maybe, but also a lot of sort of managing people, managing the project, and being a kindergarten teacher of all the things. So I know all of you had very interesting journeys. How would you describe a typical journey from consumer to contributor to maintainer in open source? And Gina, let's start this one with you.
I think mine is probably a pretty typical one. So the way that I got heavily into open source was that back in 2012, I got myself a 3D printer, and it was sitting in my office producing noises, producing fumes, and I just wanted it out of my office again and still be able to monitor it remotely. So I had this itch that I needed to scratch. So I scratched it, wrote a piece of software to do all that for me, and ended up with an open source project on my hands because apparently a lot of people had the same itch and I just had scratched it for them.
And Evan, what was your journey from consumer to maintainer?
Man, it's almost the same again because I was also scratching my own itch. I was working on these very projects with very fast turnaround, and I was like, I want a very smooth framework that fits my mental model that I can feel productive with. So I essentially wrote my own, and turns out a lot of other people liked it too. So it kind of grew into this thing today.
So this is interesting. You start with the project that you care about, and then eventually the community comes and joins you, and it grows into a full-blown framework that people have conferences about. That's so cool. So in terms of, this is a very interesting question because I think people have arguments about this all the time, but what's the importance of non-code, contributions to your particular project? And Wes, I would like to start this with you.
Yeah, I mean, non-code contributions are extremely important, and I would say highly underrated. One of the things that I spend the most time doing as a contributor and a maintainer is gardening the issue tracker. So organizing the reports that come in, getting more information from the issue reporters, closing out duplicates, connecting issues together, setting their metadata. Because ultimately, a project that is well organized and where we have as much information as possible about the bug reports or the feature requests that come in is going to make it that much easier for people to jump in and make contributions. And very little of that process, results in pull requests or commits landing in the main branch. So it's very, very important.
And Evan, in terms of non-code contributions to Vue.js, what do you think?
Oh, definitely. Non-code contributions, I would say, are equally critical compared to code contributions. Like documentation is very important. The thing is, when you contribute to documentation, it ends up being this shared knowledge that benefits everyone that comes after you. And also community engagement, say event organizers, meetup organizers, conference organizers, they also do a great service to the community by connecting people together. So I think, like these type of contributions are quite important in terms of where Vue is at today.
As a conference organizer, I'm really happy to hear that. But Gina, in terms of non-code contributions to your project, what are your thoughts on that?
I think contributions like that are utterly crucial, especially for projects like mine, like Octoprint, who are more end-user facing, because the problem we face, I think, in general as maintainers, is that we have this very, very strict point of view on our code, which is very technical in nature, with the architecture and all the details, all the technical details in our head, and this pretty much disqualifies us from writing good end-user facing documentation, whereas your regular run-of-the-mill user who does not even necessarily know how to write code is absolutely predestined to be able to help here. And it would be wonderful if more people found the courage to actually do that. And so I really welcome non-code contributions in my open source projects all the time. I love it when it happens.
So actually, newbies have a very important role to play in writing code documentation, is what I'm hearing. And that is super encouraging. And again, I would encourage anybody who wants to start contributing to open source to start with the docs, because I think this is a very easy way to get started. And Kath, actually, our host for today, actually just went through the journey of open sourcing GitHub docs, which enables the whole community to collaborate with us on that work for helping everybody. So in terms of your community, have you ever experienced anyone becoming toxic to the community? And what do you do if that happens? Gina, let's start with you.
Sadly, I have. And my usual approach in cases like that is to first and foremost tell them when they are crossing certain kind of boundaries and are becoming toxic. So, for example, when they start calling people names or just are starting to show some kind of attitude that is not, let's say, not productive to the whole discussion and all that. And usually simply telling them that they are crossing a boundary here and are doing something that is not welcome will either make them go away or make them apologize and become a good citizen. Of course, that is not always the case, but at least so far my experience with this approach has been fairly good.
And Evan, how do you deal with toxic people?
Yeah, I think there are two types of toxic cases. I think, like, for example, one type is some random user just being really rude in a GitHub issue or a pull request, and in those cases, I mean, I kind of gotten used to it. If they repeatedly do this, we'll just block them thanks to the block feature. But if this is some more a public incident where a lot of people are getting exposed to, then we'll have to essentially investigate it and enforce the code of conduct very strictly.
And Wes, what about you in terms of toxic members of community?
I've been lucky to not have to deal with it too often, but in the handful of instances, I think it's very important to bring people back to your code of conduct and what we deem to be good behavior in the project, to say very firmly, like, we don't do that here. But I think it's also important to understand some of the what causes the toxic behavior. Sometimes it's somebody is really frustrated or has been, is frustrated by something in the project and they're just not dealing with it in the right way. So I think it's also helpful to empathize with the toxic actor and say, look, I understand that you're upset about this thing or you're upset about something, but this is not the way to deal with it. And like, we're all working here with good intentions, and like, let's work together to solve the problem. We don't need to call each other names.
I read it recently somewhere about like toxic behavior is about setting boundaries, right? So it's not just about the toxic person being toxic. It's also about you telling them this behavior is not accepted here. So I feel like we all know the answer to this question, but have you ever experienced burnout? And what's your strategy to deal with that? And Wes, let's get us started.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly have, having been involved in open source for over 10 years now. I mean, I think it ultimately comes from your desire, like my desire and other people's desire to make an impact. So you care so much about this project and this community that you're involved with that it's inevitable that there will end up being more work than you can personally handle. And so rather than choosing, what you're successful at, it feels like you're choosing, what you're going to fail at. And so. And you're also exposed to a lot of negative, one-sided negative feedback about the project, bug reports and performance regressions, and people being frustrated about different things. And so, it's important to remind yourself that project can't succeed or fail on the basis of the efforts of one person. And so you have to, forgive yourself and make some space and make sure you're taking care of yourself mentally and physically, and trust that the community will. That will step in to do what needs to be done. Take care of the most important parts of the project.
Reducing the bus factor, right? Evan, what about you in terms of managing burnout?
Yeah, I've definitely been through phases where I seriously question why am I doing this, but I think a lot of the stress comes from just this constant influx of problems that people are telling you with, and where maintainers are like exposed or like majorly to these negative information. So I think one of the tricks I did is I essentially started pulling instead of being pushed these information. So I try to have a pretty strict work hours, only look at emails when I want to, only look at issues when I want to, instead of whenever an issue comes in, I'm going to rush to solve it. That's just not sustainable. It's also totally fine to just take some time off to recharge. I think sometimes I just don't feel like working. I'll just take a week off. That's the good part about working for yourself.
I feel like, especially for people who manage to be full-time open source maintainers, it sort of becomes the same thing as managing your full-time job, right? Remember to take vacations as well. I don't think that you always have to be available whenever someone has a problem. Gina, I happen to know your answer to this question, but what do you do to manage burnout?
Yeah, I mean, in my case, it pretty much boils down to what Evan already also said about very strict work-life balance and very strict working hours. But I also do have a punching bag in my office. And that also helps a lot when everything just becomes too much and I need to let off some steam. And in general, I think being a maintainer is like, it's a long-term commitment, right? And we want to do our job well for a long time. So I think it's really, really important that we also make it part of our job to take good care of ourselves, because probably no one else will. And that means obviously also taking vacations, allowing ourselves sick days off and all that. So yeah, just basically full agreement to everything that's already been said.
So I think after watching this stream, it may be that a lot of people are going to buy punching bags and install them in their offices right now, especially with all the virtual stuff going on and where you can't actually vent to real human beings around you. So I got another question, which is, how can the community help you manage work hours, help you manage burnout, and help you kind of have positive experiences around your open source project? And Gina, let's start with you.
Evan already gave an example of this, that we usually primarily see the negative things and only hear the negative stuff. And this is also something that I observe with Octoprint. There's this huge silent majority that is completely happy apparently with what I'm doing. And then there's this very vocal minority that whenever something breaks or they have a problem, they become very loud and scream at me. If the silent majority became a little bit less silent and just from time to time thanked their maintainers, I think that would go a long way with regards to sustainable maintenance for everyone. I know that a thank you tweet usually makes my day, if not my whole week. So
that is awesome. And Evan, what about you in terms of people helping you manage burnout and other things?
I think the most validating moments were actually at offline events. So before the pandemic, we had quite a few offline conferences, View conferences that I went to personally. And at the after parties, people would actually come up to me and say thank you in person. I think those are the moments where I felt like this is totally worth it. All the work paid off. Unfortunately, we can't do this anymore. At least for now, but I really hope like we can, get a chance to do that more in the future.
So it sounds like we have navigated into virtual world and created some alternative to that experience. So kind of like tweets and positive messages, right? I say, let's send your favorite open source maintainer a holiday card or some money via GitHub sponsors. You're all encouraged to do that. So important question, sort of a good segue into that. And how did your project actually figure out monetization? So Gina, let's start with you.
I'm actually not sure if I really have figured it out, or if there is anything specific to figure out, right? Because there is no code to crack or something like that. In my case, it was I had to somehow find a way to continue to work on Octoprint full time, and so I tried crowdfunding. It worked in my case, at least so far, but it could also just as well not have worked. And I sometimes get questions from people who also try to do that, like if I have any tips for them, and I usually just shrug my shoulders because I don't know. I think there is no real do this and then you will have success kind of recipe there. It's just, hoping for the best.
Yeah, and then again, I think everyone on this panel was able to take open source as a full-time job, which is, I think, many people are striving for. And what about you in terms of monetization?
So first of all, I think every project is different in terms of monetization. It's like 1,000 open source projects is like 1,000 startups with completely different business models. So you kind of have to think of, if you want to monetize the project, you kind of have to think about it from a product perspective. What are the values people are getting out of it, and how can you sort of funnel that back into the project? So specifically for Vue, it's simply because we have so many users that we figure out. I'm mostly doing crowdfunding as well. and because Vue is a pretty high exposure project, but that might not work for certain types of projects. So that, as Gina said, there is really no universal code that applies to everything.
Unfortunately, right? But we're trying to figure out. So Wes, what about you in terms of figuring out monetization for your favorite projects? Oops, Wes, it looks like Wes is muted. Wes?
I apologize. All right. I had some construction in the background. In the past, I've relied on working on open source projects as part of my job. But in recent times, I've been fortunate to have corporate industry sponsorships, and for me, it's really been about articulating that it makes sense to fund the development because they're investing in the ecosystems that they depend on and enabling the contributors and maintainers to do their best work.
And I think, so again, and we announced the corporate sponsors, GitHub corporate sponsors at this conference. And I hope that this is going to be really helpful because now enterprise companies can support open source maintainers for projects that they rely on through their existing billing relationships with GitHub, which should make it a lot easier in certain cases. I guess we are coming up on talking about the important part of this conversation, which is trying to predict the future. So what do you all think in terms of what do we have to look forward to in open source for the next few years? And what is the most important part about the open source future? And Wes, let's get started with you.
Yeah, well, my perspective is that a lot of the innovation that's occurred over the last 10 years has been the result of basically superheroics from like a very small number of relatively small number of volunteers, and so the next stage of innovation in open source is going to require a lot more effort and a lot more people and a lot more funding. And so if we want to enable the ecosystem to continue to innovate, it's going to require significantly more funding, in particular, enabling more people to work full-time on open source projects to make their work more sustainable, to have less contributor and maintainer burnout. So I'm hopeful that we can. I think there's been progress on solving some of these problems. I hope to see greater government level funding for open source to enable more and more people to make open source their career.
And I think I will plug in with something that we've had a lot of discussions about in the last few days, which is like open source is open source. It's not necessarily free, right? We still have people working on open source, contributing to it every day. And those people got to eat something and these people got to get funded. And so just being entitled, like acting entitled to have all the open source software in the world for free doesn't really help the maintainers. Evan, what about you? What do you envision for the future of open source?
Yeah, I think a trend in the recent years is you see the rise of a lot of these projects that's mainly driven by individuals or small teams instead of these traditionally enterprise-sponsored kind of huge projects, even cross-company collaborations. And the importance of these small individual projects are becoming more prominent, but at the same time, we haven't really figured out the monetization and sustainability of this type of projects. And I think one important aspect for that is the financial infrastructure to make it easier for individuals to just fund their OSS, which this kind of resource big companies have access to, but individuals, it's a hurdle that they have to jump over themselves. And if we can have a financial infrastructure that just, reduces the friction for people to do this kind of stuff, I think it'll help a lot in the future. Like efforts like Open Collective and GitHub sponsors, I think are good efforts in this direction.
Awesome. And Gina, what about you in terms of future of open source?
Yeah, I'm pretty much agreeing with both of you. The thing is, in my opinion, sponsoring or donating to open source for users, not for companies, but for users, is still very, very even more niche than for companies. Let's say it like that. If you, for example, look at people like YouTube or Twitch streamers, it's way more normalized by now to sponsor those people for adding value to people's lives. And what I would really like to see within the next 5 to 10 years is, some kind of community shift also happening in that regard, that this becomes also more normal in the open source community. Because like Evan said, we have way more small projects that add a lot of value, but are helmed by only a very, very small amount of people. And those people, like you said, Sasha, do have to eat. So it would be really great if, in 5 or 10 years, when we meet again, we can say, hey, that worked out.
Yeah, so I think that there's a similar vein coming from everybody, and that is that we could have all the innovation in the world powered by millions of people collaborating on things, right? But we do have to figure out the way to fund this community effort as well, to enable people to essentially keep doing the good work. So we're coming up on time, and for closing, I would like to just ask you, each one of you, to say, how would you encourage your community to better support their open source maintainers today? And let's start with Wes.
Yeah, I mean, one small thing you can do is to talk to your managers about how you can allocate budget to support open source projects. It could be something like larger budget items, like larger sponsorships, or even something so simple as every engineer having a monthly allowance for GitHub sponsors, so you can choose which projects you want to sponsor.
And Evan.
Yeah, I would really recommend anyone interested in this topic read this book by Nadia Engbao. It's called Working in Public, and it talks a lot about this rise of small-scale open source projects that I was talking about, and I think it touches on a lot of good points.
Thank you. And I happen to know that our host just got this book, so I guess everybody's going to be reading the same book over the holidays. And Gina, in terms of supporting your open source maintainers, how can the community help?
I would just like to reiterate that every kind of contribution is valuable. Don't think that just because you cannot code or don't yet know how to code, you cannot contribute to an open source project. Your point of view is valuable, and we want to have it.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for being with us today. This was a tremendous panel. As a reminder, we're all going to be in discussions, answering questions for the next half an hour. And you can also read more about it in GitHub README project. And please find our maintainers on Twitter, on GitHub, and send them a holiday card and send them a thank you note for doing all the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. That was amazing. I love that conversation with open source maintainers. So many maintainers that I've come to know and actually seen their work for the past couple of years. And this reminder, they'll be in the GitHub discussions. So githubuniverse.com/discussions. You find Wes, Gina, and Evan. I'm trying to go down the list of everybody who's going to be there, but they'll all be there. Chat with them. And I love the idea of actually sending them holiday cards too. We should make that a thing. Like, let's not sleep on that. Reminder, we got 4 channels coming up, 4 channels happening. So this is the dev track. You're here. It's actually very lonely here. I'm not sure what happened, but also the enterprise track, and then the university track as well, and of course the play track. It's all the fire beats and code collaborations have been happening all day. So, but I'm going to go ahead and just intro our next speaker, which I think I might have heard of her, Kathy Korvick. She's going to be actually doing a talk on how GitHub open source documentation, open source docs, actually, github.com/github/docs. So definitely check that out. And how working with community to build docs is as the interface for code. So I'm super excited about that. I've actually got a book here, so I'm going to be reading and also listening to Kath give her talk at the same time too as well. So remember, go into the discussions and write questions down for the docs team. There'll be some team members in there who can answer questions. And reminder as well, please rate the session if you are really, really digging all the conversation, all the intros and stuff like that. Yeah, definitely let us know. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce my co-host, Kath Korvik. Thank you.
All right, that was awesome. And yeah, so my name is Kath, and I work on the product team at GitHub, where I'm focused on working on our documentation. And I'm really excited to be here today to talk with you about some of the updates that we've been making to the docs. And if you've been following along, you've probably seen some of the stuff that we've been working on. But really, this is about where we're taking documentation with the help of our community. So kind of to set your expectations, I just want to talk through a little bit of the goals that we have for today's session. We're going to get to know kind of why we open source documentation, and we're also going to learn about how you can make contributions to the GitHub documentation itself at /github/docs. And then we're going to discover kind of where we're taking documentation, and hopefully you feel a little bit inspired. And so we've been doing a lot to update GitHub documentation this year. So yeah, if you've been following along, you've likely noticed that we've been iterating and updating a whole bunch of stuff within our GitHub Actions documentation. And we actually just released 2 brand new pages for GitHub Education and GitHub Discussions. And so you can definitely follow along, go check out those docs for sure. But one of our main goals with this and these updates is to go from this more traditional documentation site to one that is from one that is kind of this more technical manual to one that is highly immersive and interactive, and one that really highlights a lot of what our community is and invites them to participate. And GitHub Docs have always been written and managed in code and stored and maintained in a GitHub repository. But to our users, they present as a lot of text to work through. And so really the only way to interact with them is to go and read them, maybe side by side with another tab that you're working in, but you're still just reading through them. And we know people learn in many different ways. And so on the docs team, we're naturally experimenting with updating the documentation to be more inclusive or to have more interactive features. You can actually see something that we have been experimenting with. One of the demos that we've been really liking is over on docs-playground.herokuapp.com. You can see some of the interactive elements that we're playing with. We do that there kind of before we migrate things into the larger docs set, so we can kind of play around with them and make sure the interactions are correct, because we want everything to be very precise and up to date. And so go over there to that perspective baked in. I know for me, when I'm an expert in something, I explain it in a totally different way than if I'm new to something. And so we see developers of many different walks coming to GitHub documentation. So we want to provide that perspective for all of those folks in our documentation. And really, the goal is docs should be simple and easy to use. They should offer many different ways to digest information through reading text or stories, or looking at other examples from other developers, or through things like tutorials or more interactive elements like videos or an IDE that you can test out certain examples from. You should be able to play with all of these products while you're learning them. And so this is a big reason why we decided to take docs.github.com and make them open source. So we did this past October, and I'm really excited to talk with you about how that's been going. And this is from the moment we actually flipped the switch. It was just before 9 a.m. and I think it was like the beginning of October. We did this for Hacktoberfest, and we got this notification in our Slack channel. So there was a little bit of a celebratory moment Mona chimed into. It was really pretty fun. And what this meant for us was not just that we had hit this milestone that we had been planning for a really long time, but it meant that we got to invite the community in to collaborate with us on docs.github.com through issues and pull requests and discussions, and even through their own projects. So one of the examples that I really love from early on in our open source journey is this guide. And this was written by Chrissy Lamar. She's a PowerShell developer and the maintainer of DBA tools. And I'll tell you a little secret. We don't have anybody on the docs team that specializes in PowerShell, but we do have developers in our community who really want to know how they can create CI workflows and test their PowerShell project. So I think it was on day one, Chrissy got really excited and started to write out this guide. And she and I got to talking, and I was like, you know what, we should just do this. And it was great because she knows a ton about PowerShell and a lot about GitHub Actions. And so she really got to bring that expertise. We collaborated with her on this so that she could help, so we could help her with content styles and contributing and create this whole new article for people so we could reach even more folks through this tutorial who are in the PowerShell community. Even before we shipped this, we knew that it was going to be successful and people wanted it because we saw people using it as a PR before we even merged it into the main branch. And open sourcing, really, what it does is it lets us plug some of these gaps that we have in our documentation by inviting experts in like Chrissy to participate and working with her to help tell this story and write the tutorials themselves. And if you go to GitHub, docs.github.com/actions, you'll see Chrissy's tutorial featured and called out on that page. So you can go and learn how to build and test with PowerShell. So we open sourced docs.github.com in two main parts. We open sourced the content itself and the application. And the content is all in Markdown and uses liquid rendering. The app that powers this is mostly Node.js, and we've recently started to experiment with adding React components to it to help make it more interactive. And so you'll see some of that stuff coming soon, and you can check out that demo for it on that URL that I mentioned before, docs-playground. So I'm going to walk you through a really quick demo for how to contribute really easily and get started. So here we have the quick start for GitHub Actions, and I'm just going to scroll down and I'm going to go over and I'm going to click this button, Make a Contribution. And once I click that, I'm actually taken to the code base and that page in GitHub edit mode, and I can actually make that contribution and then go through the GitHub PR workflow itself. And so you see me do this over and over again. So this project has been going on for quite a while, and this summer we decided to kind of crank it up so we could hit our milestone of being able to open source in October with Hacktoberfest. But we also had that was definitely not without its challenges. And so if you are, if you're taking a project public that has already been established, you definitely know that there's a lot that goes into it, a lot that goes into planning the contribution guidelines, things that and things that you want to account for and issues, etc. So we had several different challenges along the way, and I'm going to talk about 3 of them. And this first one is that we actually, on the documentation team, we work in public and we work in private. And that's really because while we do work against our product roadmap, and a lot goes into our product roadmap that you all can see, there's a lot of detail that happens in the documentation and about the features and how to use them, etc. So before we launch, we actually want to work on all of that documentation in private, and that happens on a repository, on an internal repository. And then we also maintain our external repository. So what this does, you can imagine, we've got, maintaining all of this stuff manually could get really tricky. So we use 2 different things to help us with this. we use a GitHub action that is called, it's actually open source, it's called repo sync, that actually syncs PRs that are merged into the main branch every 15 minutes. And this allows us to work across both repositories in more of an automated way. And then we also use early access documentation. And so we do ship sets of documentation that are available to customers for certain features that are under a private beta. And this allows us to ship things to our customers to test out those features that we're shipping to them in a private beta, as well as the documentation, so that we can fine tune all of those bits of the documentation while the product changes in private beta before it goes into GA, and make sure that everything is accurate. And then our CI and CD workflow was also very challenging. We have over 40 GitHub actions in our docs repo, and many of them are used for CI/CD. So there's a lot going on here. We've got internal contributions to our internal repository that's synced every 15 minutes. We've got open source contributions that are happening, and we have lots of conversations that are going on with all of this content. Our content set is really large, and so there's a lot to pay attention to. When you open up a PR for the docs repository, sorry about that. I think you can probably hear my dogs. I've got a Klekai and an Australian Shepherd, and they love everything to do with open source documentation, so they might chime in. But when you open up a PR for this, you want all of your checks to pass. And so we do there's lots of stuff going on. We do what a lot of developers do, which is keep that PR open and kind of babysit it while we wait for all those checks to pass, and then click the manual merge button. But now with auto merge, we can actually go about doing our business, go onto other projects, open up other PRs, and as Neha said, let the robots deal with actually automatically merging that into the main branch. And then finally, one of the things that is really important to us on documentation, and this is actually baked into all of our content styles and our content architecture and how we write our documentation, is translations. And so our docs are available in 5 different languages: English, Chinese, Japanese, Spanish, and Portuguese, which Brian would love to know, because he's learning a lot about Portuguese this whole week. But today we use a tool called Crowdin to help us translate all of our content and keep us updated as we make changes to the documentation. So we translate documentation as it gets inserted brand new into the code base, but then every time that documentation changes, Crowdin manages that whole entire process and lets people know when there are changes or when there are new contributions that need to be translated. And right now, we don't have a way to accept open source contributions to our open source repository for these translation files. And this is because, we're us on the docs team. We don't have a lot of experts in all of these different languages to be able to review and verify that those translations were actually correct and accurate. But we do really want to make it possible for people to update our language files in the open source repository, and also continue to work with Crowdin to manage all of these translation projects. So we're working on a way to offer open source contributions to our language files coming in the next year. And right now, there are lots of different ways to contribute to our open source documentation. And 3 of them that we really love are these 3. It's basically, you can contribute with small bug fixes, and those are going to be things like typos or a small bug in the code base. You can also contribute with curated issues, something that's a little bit beefier and that you need some advice from our content writers on, but something that's not too large, where you would actually have to get into the nuts and bolts of really understanding our content styles and our content architecture and how that all works. That is coming soon. And so I kind of teased this in the beginning of my talk. Chrissy Lamar actually contributed on this final path which is an entirely new article. And because we have a lot going on, like translations, we really need to pay attention to what's going on with our content styles. Also, working with Chrissy and working with open source maintainers or open source contributors on these types of projects actually allows us to get a ton of feedback about our content styles and our contributing workflows. And so we can keep iterating on how this process works. And we're fine-tuning it right now so that we can get more contributions for entire articles or tutorials from the community, because we really want to highlight what everybody's doing and work with our community in all three of these capacities. And so we're not only drawing on what's going on in our open source repository, but we're also drawing on what's going on within the community itself. So I'm going to show you something that we recently added to the GitHub Actions page, which is code examples. So I know when I'm learning a new language or about a new feature, I like to turn to other developers and see how they're using it. And here you see me navigating through all of the different code examples, and then these link directly to GitHub. We're actually using Sarah Dresner's awesome actions list. It's been mentioned several times this whole entire week. It's a really great resource if you're looking for code examples for actions. And if you can't, we don't have an action for pizza. Sorry, Brian. But if you can't find something, you can actually go and make a contribution for whatever you're looking for code examples. So if you want to join, if you want to get started and join our community right now, you totally can. And you can get started at github.com/github/docs and go there and contributing is super easy. Our docs team has been standing by all week answering questions. We've been answering lots of questions in our issues and responding to pull requests, but you can go there and open up an issue. You can pick up an issue and open up a PR and get started super fast. We also use GitHub discussions on our open source repository. So go to that /docs/discussions and ask us a ton of questions and give us some feedback too. What do you want to see within your documentation? Documentation is so important to how people understand a product or a new technology and how people understand how GitHub works. And we really want to make our documentation a lot better and improve it, and we need your feedback. So definitely go there, open up a discussion, ask a question, give us a lot of feedback on that. Or you can just reach out to me directly. I am at Simsoka on Twitter, also on GitHub. So yeah, thank you all so much for listening to me talk about documentation. I could go on and on and on, but I'll do that on Twitter. I'll fleet some stuff for everybody. But I'm gonna check back in with Brian now. I know he's been missing me, and see if there are some questions.
There are indeed lots of questions, and I have all of them. And I have the honor to to ask you all these questions, and not have to pass the mic for the first time today. So, we did notice that your dogs were barking in the background, which is totally fine. I think it was at the point where you kept saying docs over and over again, and they probably thought they were saying dogs instead. Yeah. So, like, the first question is. Yeah, I was just going to say the first question could technically be, who let the docs out?
I think, yeah, they were definitely, I think might have been barking at your bad humor, but no, your amazing humor. Cue the laugh track.
I'm literally cracking myself up right now. Sorry, I need to compose myself because I was preparing that joke for like 10 minutes, but sorry, real question. And folks, you can definitely check out the docs team will be in the discussions. Kat will have to stick around with me and hang out for the next hour. But I actually wanted to ask, not a docs question, but above your head, that Saturn rocket?
Yeah.
What was the docs like building that?
Oh, the docs. Well, it was actually really great. So that is indeed the Saturn V above my head, and I should probably pull it down, but it is pretty massive. I think it's about 4 feet tall. But yeah, so Saturn V, which was the rocket that was used to take the astronauts to the moon, to go walk on the moon for the first time. And I'm a big NASA geek, so I've got lots of little NASA things pulled out all around on my shelves. But yeah, that one, I think it took me about 5 or 6 hours on a Saturday to put it together, but it was super fun. And the documentation was amazing. It was only pictures. So I had a really good time putting that together. I've also got the lunar lander over here, and it comes with, that one was really cool too. These are, there's actually like all of this intricate detail on the inside of both of these. So you can open them up and kind of like see all the engines and see all the components and things like that. And there's a couple of different astronauts sitting inside the lunar lander. I've got Neil and Buzz in there.
Wow. Okay, I didn't realize that you had so much astronaut and NASA knowledge. But yeah, I'm super intrigued, and hopefully people can. I was in discussions last night answering a bunch of pizza questions. So people, bring your NASA questions for Kath. Also, want to ask a question about folks who are interested in contributing to the docs. What are ways for people to get started contributing today?
Yeah, so people can get started in a whole bunch of different ways. You can open up an issue if you have any questions, or if you have an idea for something you want to see. I think I saw, actually, my team might yell at me for this, but I think I saw an issue for when Doc's dark mode is coming, and now that GitHub has dark mode, we're going to have to follow suit. So I better get that prioritized. But you can open up an issue. You can take one of our issues too. We open source right during Hacktoberfest, and there's a lot of issues that are really great for good first issues. And like I said, docs are written and maintained in Markdown and Node.js. And with Markdown, it's a very approachable language. And so it's great for getting started with open source, with contributions of any kind. And so you can go and I'm sure, I mean, like, you probably won't find any typos because this team is amazing. But if you do find one, definitely go and open up a PR for that. Engage with us on discussions there too. And also, we're seeing a lot of people contributing in the way that I showed in the demo, just straight up through the github.com interface. Lots of people are forking or cloning our repository. And also, people are using Codespaces to make contributions. And that's really fun to see how people are using Codespaces to run our project and make their contributions too.
Excellent. And we do have some questions from discussions that I want to touch on. One comment as well around translations coming from Floor. I know Floor. And basically summarizing it, when can we expect to make localization contributions for the docs?
Yeah, we're working on a process to be able to do that right now, and it'll probably happen sometime in the first half of next year. It's something we're seeing a lot of contributions that are coming through for contributing to our language docs, and we know people want it. We want it too, and so we are working on better understanding what that contribution process is. We're actually in a talk that we heard from yesterday about VS Code. They're struggling with some of the same issues of making contributions to their language as well. And they do some really interesting things. They actually, in order to submit an issue, it has to be in English and stuff like that. So we're actually collaborating a lot with that project and hearing from others about how they have open source translations too. And so we take all the feedback for all of this stuff. We're super interested not only to expand our language and go beyond those five languages, but make it possible for the community to also start contributing. And what's really cool, so we translated all of GitHub's documentation, I think a few years ago, or a little over a year ago, and we're now starting, that team that worked on that is now starting to work with the rest of GitHub too, and with understanding more about what it takes to translate products, to translate content sets and things like that. So I know they're working with the mobile team right now, which is pretty fun.
Excellent. And that is actually all the time we have for questions for Kath. As I mentioned, There will be team members in the discussions to answer questions about the docs. So you all have a lot of really good questions that we can't get to at the moment. But I just want to thank you, Kath, and thanks for letting the docs out.
You're welcome. There we go.
Wow, I'm not sure where that studio audience came from, but I appreciate them saving me with those with the jokes too. The punchlines are not hitting as hard today, but we're nearing the end, so you don't have to struggle with all these dad jokes. We're going to be ending this show in less than an hour, but we do have a lot of stuff coming up. So we do have the play sessions as well. They're going to still go through the rest of the day, and we'll be ending. We'll all be merging together to all collaborate together. Actually, we're going to cohabitate and watch the same track at the same time at the end with our DJ, as well as the enterprise sessions. I'm just baffled at the all the GIFs that are being produced from the enterprise session. Very distracting over there, Dana and Martin. So
I'm really jealous. I wish I had the glow sticks. I've got a green light behind me. That's probably the closest I can get to glow stick territory.
Excellent. Yeah, we were ill prepared for that. But speaking of prepared, we have actually a next speaker prepared. Do you want to introduce our next speaker, Kath?
Yeah, definitely. Our next session is GitHub loves NPM. And this is actually with Miles. Miles is one of my favorite hubbers. He works with me on the product team, and he's a staff product manager for open source at GitHub. Super knowledgeable guy. And he strives to make software development delightful. And he's also a Torontonian. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but I don't have any really minds. Yeah, Torontonian. So as a reminder, engage with us on GitHub discussions. I know you guys are, because you just engaged a ton with me and Brian on GitHub discussions. Keep that going. We really want to hear what your questions are. And I know Miles and his team really wants to know what your feedback is too about how GitHub loves NPM and what we're doing with that project. And don't forget to rate the sessions. We are, like I've said before, we really value your feedback. And so rate the sessions, go and use that yellow star when you join discussions. So I am going to toss it over to Miles to take it away.
Hey everyone, I'm so happy to be here and so glad to be joining you all. Thank you to both of our hosts for doing such an amazing job and kicking things off. And there's actually a massive crew of folks that you may or may not know about that are doing everything from checking our mics to looking at the lights on our camera to moving all the things around. So I just want to quickly do a shout out and a thank you to all the different people who are helping make this happen. But I think with that in mind, it's probably time to hop right into things and talk about why GitHub hearts NPM. I was introduced by the host, but I'll introduce myself again. I'm Miles. I'm the staff product manager of open source here at GitHub. I also do a lot of things related to JavaScript. I quite like JavaScript. It's pretty amazing all the things you can do, even the things you probably shouldn't. You can still do it with that language. And if you use JavaScript, you're probably aware of NPM. But if you're not, that's cool. I have a little bit of an intro for y'all who want to know, what is even NPM? And NPM is a critical part of the JavaScript community, which is one of the largest developer ecosystems in the world. NPM is the package manager for Node.js, although NPM doesn't stand for Node Package Manager, which sometimes folks think it does. NPM is also a public collection of packages of open source code serving the JavaScript community. So we do have the NPM CLI, which is the tool that you'll use to install packages. NPM is also the registry of where all that code lives and is managed. Now, NPM Inc. was acquired by GitHub in 2020. It was originally founded in 2014. And right now, there's over 1.4 million packages with over 100 billion downloads a month, which is, quite a few bits that we're pushing through those internet tubes. And the big thing that's pushing things through the tube is the NPM registry. And so I want to give you a quick update on an exciting new registry feature, which is automation tokens. So if you are working with NPM and you're publishing, whenever you do like an NPM login on your system, you're getting a token and you're able to use that token to publish repos. Two-factor authentication is something that we introduced a couple of years ago as a great way to help protect your account. The only problem is when you turn on two-factor authentication, it's now no longer possible to publish with continuous deployment because it's asking for your two-factor authentication token. So these new kinds of tokens, automation tokens, don't require two-factor authentication in order to publish. And so you can take those tokens, generate them, put them in like GitHub Actions or your favorite continuous integration and deployment platform, and you can now still publish packages using continuous integration and deployment. Another point of NPM that's worth talking about that I'm excited about is our documentation. And we've done a pretty major overhaul to docs.npmjs.com. You can see on the right what the new doc site looks like for the npm install command. This new doc site has CLI documentation for both npm v6 and npm v7. It has it's built using Gatsby, which is Primer's Primer's Doctocat theme. It is built with GitHub Actions deployed via GitHub pages. I'm a big fan of dog fooding and using our own technology as much as possible. And we're working on getting it into a state where it can be open sourced and we can accept public pull requests in the near future. And you heard me mention NPM 7 and the NPM CLI, and I'm pretty excited to talk about the fact that NPM 7 is already shipping today with Node.js 15. So if you install Node via whatever way you like to install it and you get version 15, you'll be able to get NPM 7 on your system today. If you want to install it manually on an LTS version or an even older version of Node, you can do it with npm install-g npm at 7. And there's a lot of big, new, exciting features in NPM 7. Including workspaces, which is something folks have been asking for a while. Pure dependencies being installed by default. Support for yarn lock files, which is a great way to minimize churn in projects. We have a new package lock format called package lock v2. We also allow you to install from a GitHub repo, which is pretty cool. But let's take a second and look at workspaces. So if you want to make a workspace, this is kind of a really high level of what it would look like. You would, in a folder, make a package JSON, and in that package JSON, you would define workspaces. And you define which workspaces exist. And workspaces are individual projects that are modules. So you could see here we have module 1 and module 2. You run npm install at the top level of the package, and that will install all the dependencies for both module 1 and module 2. But module 1 will reference module 2, and module 2 will reference module 1 when they are used on the local file system for development. This makes it way easier when you have lots of interconnecting packages that are all referencing each other, so you can work in larger monorepos, or potentially take a number of different Git repos that aren't connected and put them into workspaces so that you can manage multiple projects at the same time. Peer dependencies is one of the larger changes that we've done, as they're now installed by default. They weren't prior to NPM 7. This can be a breaking change for your projects. It is possible that something that you installed, ran npm install with npm 6 would have worked, but with npm 7 is going to break. But you can try using -- force if you run into an error, and a good chunk of those errors should be able to be resolved using the -- force command. And you can also try using -- legacy pure deps if you want to make sure that you use the old algorithm. We still maintained it in there. And this is like a big design philosophy when it comes to breaking changes. We understand that we need to make breaking changes once in a while, and that those breaking changes can have repercussions across the entire ecosystem. But what we try to do is leave backdoors. Well, maybe backdoor is not the right way to put it, but an escape hatch. That's a better way to refer to it. That we leave escape hatches there to make sure that if it's not working for you, that you still have a way to make sure that your repo, that your workflow can work while you kind of get up to date and fix the things that are broken. You can also do this as an environment variable. So you could set npm legacy pure deps true. You can either do that in like your bash profile, so your system will always use legacy pure deps, or you could run that as a single command in front of npm install. This is something that can allow you to script this or like put it in the environment if you're doing stuff in CI, just different ways of making sure that it's there. And if you're maybe a little bit more intense, you can use --strip deps, which will actually fail if there's any pure dep issues, even in transitive dependencies, because we only really cause issues if your top level dependencies have pure dep issues, but not transitive dependencies, as your dependencies of dependencies. Anyways, this may all sound super confusing because it kind of is, but just try to remember --force and --legacy pure deps as kind of not backdoors, as escape hatches in case you're running into any problems. So we talked about npm installing from a GitHub repo, which was really cool, which you could do for a while, but now you can also install from a GitHub pull request. So if you do install user/repo #pull/123 or whatever the pull request number is, that allows you to install a pull request directly into the package that you're working on. You can track these in your package JSON if you want, although I don't advise doing that because these pull requests aren't necessarily guaranteed to stick around. They can move under you. It's always good to have your dependencies tracked against a particular semver or SHA-SUM so that you know that you're getting the same thing. But this is a great way if you want to quickly test something that has a pull request, or if you need to quickly patch something in a project. It's a really great usability feature. Now, this won't work for all packages. Some packages that, for example, build and then deploy from a subdirectory may not work with this. But it does cover a good chunk of the use cases, and we're looking into some of those edge cases where this workflow doesn't work. Now, some of the breaking changes, just to let you know, is obviously, as I mentioned, pure dependencies installing by default can be a breaking change for your project. npm now uses package exports, which is a feature in Node. So by defining those exports, it means that you can't deeply traverse into the npm tree anymore. You can only use npm as an interface as defined by us. But to be honest, many of the things that people were deeply using npm's non-public interface for are now standalone modules, such as Kakash or Arborist. Feel free to ask on discussions if you've been using npm as like an API, and I can tell you about some of the alternative ways that you can do this. npx has been rewritten using the npm exec command, and it also will prompt you before running things for the first time. This is for security reasons, and we realize that this makes some folks grumpy and it complicates some workflows, but we genuinely believe that for the ecosystem, this was the right thing to do. npm ls only outputs the top level dependencies now, and similarly, the output to npm fund and audit has been changed. So if you were building tools or workflows that depended on the order or how that output looked like, you may be broken by the changes that we've done in npm 7. You may be asking what's next for the npm CLI. And there's a couple things, like one, we're writing lots of tests. That's a huge thing that's on our radar right now. We're also going through and updating all the documentation. We're going through improving stability, making sure it works. We've got bug reports coming in, and we're working on them as quickly as we can. And improve performance. We're working on a benchmark suite, and we're trying to make sure that npm 7 can be the fastest experience for installing packages. Once all of these things have all lined up, we'll be making it GA so that when you npm install npm, you get npm 7 by default. But for right now, you'll still get npm 6 when you do an npm install, because we want to get kind of like all of these things to a certain level before we make it the default installation. And the last thing that we're going to be working on here is more workspace features. So that's kind of like, we've been talking about all the things that we'll be doing to make it better, but workspace features is a huge one. We're going to be expanding the capabilities of workspaces and making it more of a fully featured product. The last feature that we're definitely looking into that's super cool is called package overrides, which will allow you to say, hey, this package of my entire tree, replace it everywhere. So let's say you're using React and you want to patch React and make sure that all the dependencies through your whole tree get the same version of React. Something like package overrides will allow you to do that. And finally, we're listening to our community and doing what our community asks for, which leads us to our public roadmap and feedback process, something that I personally am extremely excited about and was one of the first things that I started working on when I joined the team in June. Our process was heavily inspired by GitHub's process for their roadmap and their public feedback. And in particular, I want to shout out to Alex Nichols and Becca for all the work they did supporting us, all of the random messages that they answered of mine, and just kind of always being available and awesome. And in the GitHub process that inspired how they did the roadmap and feedback, they talk about 4 types of feedback that you can get: incidents, questions, problems, and suggestions. Incidents are like when things are down, vulnerabilities. Questions are when people don't really know how to use things or just generally need help. Problems are when there's a bug. And then this last category, suggestions, is one that NPM didn't have a very clear interactive way of people coming to us with suggestions of improvements and changes that we can make to NPM. And that's where comes our public roadmap and feedback system, which I'll go ahead and show to you right now. So what you can see on my screen at this moment is the NPM public roadmap repo, which you can find at github.com/npm/roadmap. And this roadmap is, we have a guide to the roadmap where we talk about the phases and the feature areas, the different stages that things go into, the feature areas. And you'll see that this looks quite a bit like the roadmap over at GitHub, but when you go over and look at our roadmap itself, you'll see everything on here is about NPM. You could see what we worked on last quarter, what we've been working on this quarter, what we've launched, what's still coming out the door, and things that we have on deck to start working on next quarter, as well as ideas and things that we've said, hey, we want to work on these things, but haven't yet had time to do it. So for example, I talked about automation tokens. Well, we have something on here for registry tokens, for being able to name them. Another thing for package scoped automation tokens. So right now, automation tokens are scoped to the user, but some folks would like them scoped to the individual packages. But this is an example of ideas that have come in that we've brought in. And how do those ideas come in? They come in through our public feedback discussions. So this public feedback discussion here, we have a whole bit about how you make discussions and how you give good feedback, and kind of like something that tracks the life cycle of a suggested discussion to an actual feature that the NPM team makes. So you can see here what our discussions board looks like. There's lots of different things in here. We've got a mix of things that have been answered and not answered. We've got different tags ranging from the CLI, the registry, the website, live streams, and meta. You could see from our live streams here that we actually go through and on a bi-weekly basis review topics that have come in from discussions. You could see all sorts of different topics. Here's our agenda that we went through, and you can actually find the YouTube video because we record it and make it available. And I wanted to just quickly, as we go, show what the life cycle of one of these looks like. So GitHub flavored Markdown for README rendering was a feature that we had heard requested multiple times through our kind of private support system prior to the acquisition. There was a lot even coming in. And so we started tracking this as a discussion. We kicked off a discussion. You can see some other people who came in, had lots of ideas, had lots of suggestions about how we do it. And so we said, we are going to prioritize this. We're going to work on it. And so we made an issue on the roadmap that pointed back to the feedback discussion where it first came from. We did high-level scoping of it. And from there, it turned into an actual work item that the team worked on and shipped this quarter. And so if you look at READMEs here, this is a README that was published using our old README renderer, Marky Markdown, which has things that are great about it and things that don't work as well. So there's certain things, for example, like resilient syntax highlighting or embedded headers, or, and this is one of my favorites, is mixed media encoding. So you could see that this awesome GIF here that's super trippy was actually encoded pointing to HTTP. And so we're getting these kind of mixed content warnings. So there's all these kind of like small, subtle differences, especially subtle between the differences of an NPM, the README as it shows up on NPM versus the README how it shows up on GitHub. And since a large portion of the packages that are on NPM actually live on GitHub, we've gone through and updated so that the READMEs are now being rendered using a GitHub service that actually renders the READMEs for GitHub. So you can see now that the syntax highlighting is working even when there's bugs, that the embedded headers work the way that we're expecting it. And if we go into the console here, we're not getting any mixed content warnings. And in fact, what's super cool is if you look here, you can see the image has actually been put onto GitHub's image server service called Camo. And we're now, well, it still has the canonical URL there, so we're not losing that content. We're actually hitting GitHub servers to get that image, which means we're not potentially going to go down if an external image is not available. It also means that we're not getting those mixed content warnings, and everything that we're serving is HTTPS, which is pretty cool. So, this is a great example of a feature that came from feedback that went to a discussion. That discussion turned into an issue. That issue then became something that we prioritized internally and shipped. And if you look at the roadmap of the things that we've got going on for the next quarter or this quarter, there's some stuff that I'm excited about that hasn't shipped quite yet. One of which is that we're going to show TypeScript information for packages that have type declarations. And the other one is show download usage per version. And again, these are both examples that came in from discussions from the community that we then turned into work items that we're tracking. We have things on the plate for next quarter that you might be excited about, including but not limited to open sourcing docs.npm.js, general availability of the npm 7 CLI, exploring authentication with GitHub across all of our different products, changes to workspaces, updates to the website, reviewing our policy for disputes and abandoned packages, which was awesome feedback that we received from folks, and also auditing some of the packages that share names to Node.js, again, something that came in through our general discussions. So overall, as you can see, we have a lot of different ideas that are coming in, a lot of different things that we're working on. We're really excited to do that work with you, the community, and help kind of align where we're going. And we're trying to experiment with, new novel ways of being transparent. It's hard to find that balance because, we are a company that works on open source, but we are still an organization. And we're trying to find that balance where we can kind of work with tools that the open source community are used to, obviously like GitHub, but also work using patterns that folks in our ecosystems are used to, such as live broadcast meetings, open discussions, and transparent process. And so that's it for me today on what's going on with NPM. Thank you so much, everyone, for having me here today. It was an absolute blast. I will be in the discussions for the next little bit to answer any questions that you have. And then even after that, at any time, you can always come to github.com/npm/feedback to let the team know stuff if you have any stuff you'd like to see us do. So with that, I'll hand it back to our hosts. And thank you again for having me today.
All right. Thank you so much, Miles. So you actually, you seem pretty energetic today, which probably means that you weren't up until 2 a.m. downloading Cyberpunk, but maybe you just have had a whole bunch of coffee. I don't know. But I hope you did get to play a little bit.
I did. I got about an hour and a half in last night. It was fun. It was not as polished as I would like in a game, but overall, I enjoyed it. I did manage to get in bed before 2, which I think was the social agreement we made online that if I was up past 2, you could give me a super hard time. But no caffeine today, actually, just general ADHD energy.
I know exactly how that goes. So, real question for you: what does NPM stand for?
I mean, it stands for NPM. I think that there's lots of different completions, and something that's actually really fun is there's a repo where you can add more completions, and every time you go to the website, it shows a different thing on the top left. I think it would be easy to call it Node Package Manager, which seems to be the easiest thing, but has kind of been an ongoing tongue-in-cheek thing with the team that they've just never it's not Node Package Manager. It's just NPM.
It's just, okay, so it's just NPM. We had a question from our discussions in that people were like, okay, if it doesn't stand for Node Package Manager, what does it stand for? So I'm glad we could clean up some of that confusion for everybody.
Yeah, I can see if some of the other team that's been around longer are around, like Isaac, for example, who originally created the tool, and maybe he can come in with a more definitive answer.
I'm sure Isaac could talk about this for a really long time. He probably has a lot of tweet threads about this very thing. Yeah. So Brian, you have a question? Actually, yeah, go for it, Miles. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say the team generally cares more about NPM always being all lowercase than they do about what it stands for.
Very important. just like the G and the H are capitalized in GitHub.
Mm-hmm.
So, Brian, take it away with the next question.
Excellent. Man,
I love
just
that
got the giggles today for whatever reason. It's probably my dad jokes that are not hitting. But yeah, NPM, it could be whatever it needs to be. Also pointing out, if you go to npmjs.com, I think it is, you could actually go to the upper left-hand link, change the names, and it'll eventually take you to the repo. I've had some fun with that in the past couple years. But what I want to know is, like, what is next for NPM? We figured out that it doesn't stand for anything, but what's next in the future in the roadmap?
Yeah, so with the CLI, it's getting stuff to GA, it's improving workspaces, it's getting performance to be top notch. For the registry, it's maintaining our history of great reliability, being available when people need it. We're definitely digging into stuff around how do we identify more information about packages. That's what the TypeScript work that we're doing there is around. So how do we make it clearer to people when they're looking at a package? What are they getting? Is it something that they would need? And then we're also doing a lot of work right now looking at, like, hey, we're GitHub and we're NPM. I think it's something, I haven't confirmed these numbers yet, but a very, very large percentage of NPM packages are on GitHub. So we have this data, it lives really close to us. There's a lot of really cool stuff that we could do from both, like, developer experience as well as security promises, but because this data is so close, by interconnecting them. So we're doing a lot of work right now thinking about, like, how do we integrate the GitHub and NPM experiences to better secure the open source ecosystem and make a better experience for both our package consumers and our package publishers.
That is excellent. And yeah, we appreciate all the work that you and the team are doing. And I was going to ask a question around the correlation between GitHub and NPM, but I think we kind of covered it. And if we didn't, folks, Miles will be in the discussions for the next 30 minutes. You could ask him about NPM. You can come up with more abbreviations or acronyms for NPM and what it stands for. Also, you can decide if it's GIF or GIF, or if it's Toronto or Toronto. All those things we can discuss in the discussion. So, Miles, thank you so much for the conversation, for your talk, and enjoy the discussion in the chat.
No problem,
Thank
mate.
you, Miles.
Well,
right.
Kat, we are.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we're chugging along. Yeah, that was awesome. And like Brian said, Miles will be in the discussions. But yeah, thank you so much for joining, everybody. We had a lot of great discussions and we had a lot of great feedback. And we've got all of our favorite sessions are coming up on announcements, and features are coming up. And I just want to say, if you missed any of the sessions this week, you can definitely go and you can find them on our YouTube channel. And I think this has come up in some of the discussions throughout the day. When are they going to be available? I know you guys really want to see all of the different sessions that were happening across university and the enterprise channel, and here in the developer channel. It's hard to have all of these different tabs open at one time and see everything going on at one time. So all of those videos are going to be available to you within a day. We try to get them available as soon as possible, but within 24 hours, they should be up there. And if not, they would definitely be up there next week on our YouTube channel and available for you.
Yeah, and coming up too as well, we will be breaking with a DJ. We're going to merge with a play track one last time, finish off there. But I do want to shout out our sponsors. So if you go to githubuniverse.com/sponsors, they're doing giveaways, and they have a bunch of videos of how they leverage to collaborate across teams and collaborate with GitHub. So definitely check it out. I saw a bunch of gift cards and pretty cool swag items too as well. So definitely round the corner and the bases and check out all those sponsors, the lovely sponsors who have taken time to create that content for you. So we're going to basically just roll right into our last performer, which is Abinyai Koparzi. and as well as Samarth Gulati, who are both based out of India. And they're going to be doing some music using tidal cycles, which I just learned about yesterday. It leverages Haskell. So I need to actually check out that GitHub repo and learn more about that. They're also leveraging Hydra, just all open source tools to make music and code and visuals. They're well known in the algorave scene, which I think Martin and Dana know a lot about the algoraves.
Yep,
and it was
definitely.
a term coined by Alex McLean, which is algorithms and raves. I'm not sure if that was quite spelled out, but it's basically music coded from algorithms. So definitely check this out. They describe the sound as sounding like a post-apocalyptic party organized by robots, and they have taken over humanity. So keep that in mind as you as you sit and watch and listen as well. And I do want to point out that this performance has some light flashing in the second half, so it might not be suitable for those with photosensitivity. So keep that in mind and stay safe. So if you want, you can go ahead and turn off the your screen and just listen. And then finally, you want to go ahead and stick around for the highlight show. It's going to be right after the Algo Rave. It's going to be joining us with Kyle Daigle. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping I can sit in on it, to be honest. Like I've been watching it from my couch after we're done, and I'm just like, I wish I could just hang out with Kyle. So maybe Kyle will let us hang out with him later.
Yeah, maybe. I think we have to ask him nicely. If you bring your soundboard, I think maybe he'll let us do it.
Perhaps. I will have to polish that thing off. It was kind of rusty with me all day. But Kath, you have been an amazing co-host. I've enjoyed this time, and I wish you the best with letting the docs out. And folks, you enjoy the day, and we'll see you on the other side.
Cool. See y'all later.
Well, it's good to see you back here at the end of day 3 of GitHub Universe. It's been a jam-packed 3 days, and today I'll highlight some of my favorite talks and performances from the week. Then we'll have some fun with some of the best and funniest moments of the last 3 days together. It's time to celebrate the end of GitHub Universe 2020 on today's GitHub Universe Highlight Show. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the GitHub Universe Highlight Show. I'll be your host, Kyle Daigle, and hopefully you already knew that. It's the end of day 3, and I get the distinct pleasure of sending you off until we see you at GitHub Satellite early next year. All right, let's dive into today, and then we can get to the after party. All right, in today's feature session, principal engineer from Google and, of course, from Kubernetes fame, Kelsey Hightower joined us to share a bit about his journey to becoming the person you know him now in the open source community.
Started for me around the age of 15. And there's a long trajectory between those humble beginnings to the person you speak in front of you today or commit to your open source or your favorite open source project.
Now, Kelsey's talk was about Kubernetes, GitOps, and the humans that glue it all together. And he started by sharing a great story about marathon runners and how we can learn from how they can work together in order for us to succeed.
If you want to understand GitOps, you got to understand the why. Why are you using it? What's important about it? What's the Peloton formation you're trying to build around you? And is it designed to help you go faster? Or are you just doing stuff because people said it on Twitter?
I love that quote. And in some ways, this technology isn't as new, which Kelsey explained. He talks about how behind every process improvement change that we make, or software products that we write, it's really the humans that make it all work.
It's the humans that should be front and center. Today, we'll be talking about Kubernetes and GitOps. And the thing that kind of depresses me a little is that we tend to put all of these tools before the humans that use them. When you think about Git, it's one of the world's best collaboration tools for writing software. And GitHub is where we all meet and collaborate. But it's the people that make all of this work.
During his talk, Kelsey shared one of the key tips that you can follow to make GitOps work more easily between your Kubernetes setup and by using GitHub Actions. It's pretty simple. Keep your configuration repo separate and lean on GitHub Actions. Here, take a look.
Keep your config repo separate. So what does that look like in the GitHub world? Well, you probably know what this looks like. If I click over here to my GitHub tab, I just have another repository where I'm storing all of my configs. And here I can have my same Git flow. I can do pull requests, I can review them, and all of my configs are just sitting here underneath this directory called Kubernetes. I can have other deployment targets. Maybe you're using a serverless platform like Cloud Run. And in that case, you may have another directory of declarative configs that you put there. But the goal is these are just all data artifacts that can be consumed by some other system that can actually take your declarative thing and make it work.
I'm going to be honest, this was really a talk that you need to watch end to end. Kelsey did an amazing job of telling a story here, and you're really only getting a tiny taste in the clips that we picked for you. I highly recommend that you head on over to githubuniverse.com tomorrow and watch the entire thing. The hosts and I have been reading all of your tweets, discussion posts, and it's been so much fun interacting with you during GitHub Universe this year. I'm really going to miss our time together. Let's dive in. Lisa has a message for all of those YAML haters out there. Deal with it. Kelsey's apparent love for YAML came through loud and clear. Me, I'm still on the fence, but I'll deal with it, okay? Now, check out this beautiful illustration by Carlo. You can actually sponsor him on GitHub Sponsors right now. I'll tweet out his handle after this to make it a little bit easier. It covers all the highlights and announcements in a beautiful visual format from the day one keynote. Really excellent work, Carlo. And finally, we have this amazing image from the US stream today. It was too good not to share. Our US enterprise hosts, Martin and Dana, needed to kick it into business overdrive. And not only did both people wear suits, but Martin was sporting some very classy yellow hair to match Dana. Never change, you two. Thanks again to everyone for sending in your tweets and engaging with us in GitHub discussions. It was so much fun chatting with you. Now, let's move on to the rest of this jam-packed day 3 by talking about our talks. Let's kick off our review of today's sessions by looking at Project Scala. OpenJDK is an enormous open source project that recently made its migration over to GitHub. Along the way, the team learned some of the best ways to ensure that maintainers focus their code review only on the areas that they know best.
To enable this, we implemented automatic labeling of pull requests with the help of a GitHub application. This means that, for example, let's say you make a pull request and you change one of the make files used for building OpenJDK. Our program will then automatically look at the files in the pull request that you changed, realize you only changed the make files, and then automatically apply the build label.
If you're considering migrating your large project to GitHub, whether that's an open source project or otherwise, there were some great hard-earned tips in that talk. Be sure to check out the replay. Changing gears a bit, as part of the open source community, we tend to focus on the coding, the building of the software on each of the projects. During a panel on maintaining boundaries, balance, and funding in open source, Wes McKinney shared how important non-code contributions can be.
One of the things that I spend the most time doing as a contributor and a maintainer is gardening the issue tracker. So organizing the reports that come in, getting more information from the issue reporters, closing out duplicates, connecting issues together, setting their metadata. Because ultimately, a project that is well organized and where we have as much information as possible about the bug reports or the feature requests that come in is going to make it that much easier for people to jump in and make contributions.
You can find areas to jump into open source right now and chip in with issue assistance by checking out GitHub Explore, or during the holiday season, projects like 24 pull requests, where you can find additional opportunities to chip in. It's been a huge year here at GitHub, and even with all of this going on, Nicole Forsgren gave a talk on the state of the Octaverse, and it's really worth checking out. Here's a quick recap of the talk from Nicole herself.
Here's our TLDR. We talked about juggling work and play, how automation makes things better, working better together, and securing our systems.
There you go. You're all set. If you want to read the full reports, go check them out at octaverse.github.com and check out the whole talk tomorrow, githubuniverse.com. Yesterday, we got a sneak peek from Neha about today's talk on how to customize GitHub discussions for your developer community. Here she is talking about how some of her favorite organizations are using GitHub discussions.
So here's an example here where Snowpack has used a pin discussion as their change log. And so it's kind of pinned at the top. You can see that Fred's got some spot on GIFs here. And what I love is that each comment is a new version and it details, and it allows people to easily reply with thoughts or words of thank or encouragement.
Check out the rest of Neha's favorite GitHub discussion boards in the recording of her talk, githubuniverse.com. And finally, has your mono repo evolved past the point that you can handle it? Derek from the GitHub team has a few ideas for you if this sounds familiar.
It's as your repository evolves that it grows and continues growing at a faster and faster rate as your team grows.
Go catch them all, mono repo tips that is, by watching all of Derek's talk. And that's a wrap on the over 80 sessions from GitHub Universe 2020. And a huge shout out to the University channel and the Play channel, who had amazing content as well that maybe you've missed out on, but are definitely worth a look. A huge thank you to all the speakers, performers, and visual artists from those channels. You really made GitHub Universe a little bit more special. If I intrigued you with any of the highlights, you can go and rewatch all the sessions tomorrow. GitHubUniverse.com, go and take a look. All right, we are in the final countdown of GitHub Universe this year, and now I'm in control, so I want to have a little bit of fun. We've spent so much time with each other. I really think we've gotten to know each other, and I mean, the sign of a good friendship is being able to poke fun at each other, right? Well, the team was excited to share announcements in the keynotes. Well, it didn't always come out in a single take. I decided to beg a few people in the production team and got these bloopers of the day one keynote for you. Check this out.
With GitHub sponsors, you can fund the open source projects. I'm sorry. Too funny. It splashed on me.
Oh no, I got the wrong word. Manually merging a pull request is nice and all, but how about we let the robots do the work here? Okay.
The key to a crispy pizza is the GitHub Definitely a Blowtorch available today for $9.99 with your GitHub Pro subscription.
This new page is looking great.
Professional open source developers. Oh, I guess I should take it for real. Yeah.
And your line is.
I need to answer it, yeah. Okay, I'm ready. Let's do it. Manually merging a pull request is nice and all, but how about we let the robots do the work here?
And we even have CodeQL automatically selling security vulnerabilities.
Nat, are you okay? Nat!
That's great.
I've already pre-ordered my GitHub brand blowtorch. I'm excited to make some creme brulee after we get done with this. Anyway, thank you for being such good sports, Nat, Neha, Ryan, Diana, and Brian, and letting us have a laugh, hopefully, with you. Well, it's been a very busy 3 days with all of the talks, hundreds of questions being answered in our GitHub discussions board, and you were shepherded through the entire experience by a few stalwart guides. These folks have been with you as the hosts of the developer and enterprise channels, and I thought it'd be only fair if we brought them here to celebrate the final moments of GitHub Universe 2020. Let's bring back Kath and Brian from the developer channel and the incomparable Dana and Martin from the enterprise track. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hey.
I know it's a Brady Bunch moment over here. Thanks so much, everyone, for sticking around a little bit longer and having some fun with me while we put the finishing touches on GitHub Universe 2020. So, listen, I sat down, I calculated it out, and you have all been on camera for over 15 hours in total, and you've listened to so many talks and questions. Kath, I want to start with you first. What was your favorite moment from this GitHub Universe?
Yeah, my favorite moment, I loved today, but I loved every single day. My favorite moment, there's not just one, it's interacting with the community on Twitter, on discussions, and hearing all of these talks and everything. But, there's something that takes the cake, and I think it actually was B-Dougie's joke about letting the dogs out, because my dogs were actually barking during my talk today. And that definitely, I think that deserves that's an Oscar moment for sure.
B-Dougie, on to you. Your setup looks amazing, and I think a lot of people took notice. While going through all the tweets directed at you between the pizza, Beyonce, Jordan, and your setup photos, everyone was really loving it. Aside from the excellent talk you did you have any favorite moments from this year's GitHub Universe?
Yeah, honestly, this was quite unique because normally I go to Universe and it's all based in San Francisco and I get to go talk. But here was all online, and I really appreciated the keynotes, not only because I was in the first one, but also like Erica's keynote and as well as Kelsey's keynote. It was just really packed with a lot of information, and I think GitHub sort of just knocked it out of the park with the type of content that I don't know if everybody was expecting, all the hard-hitting facts and numbers and relationships to be built. But yeah, I mean, I just come away with awesome job selecting keynotes and getting these speakers.
Awesome. And then, of course, Martin and Dana, this isn't your first time being hosts for a virtual conference. Dana, I'm curious, what was different for you about this time hosting?
I don't know, Martin's amazing hair. He just looks so fabulous. I heard that Illuminati is the Pantone color of the year. So me and Martin are trendsetters in case you didn't know. But no, it was great. I mean, we got some fierce women talking. I love Elisa and Rocio talking from Intuit about how they championed inner sourcing. It's such an amazing company. They started as a grassroots effort. It was just so inspiring. Anybody can do this. And they were proof to that right there.
And Martin, you're no stranger to these events either, giving talks. I see all the Raspberry Pis behind you, I think. Tell me, from your perspective, going through all of the content over the 3 days, what does GitHub Universe mean for all the developers sitting at home?
Gosh, it's late. It's been what is it? 9:29 for me or something like that. We've been on air for 15 hours straight. You hit me with a deep question like that. I don't know. I hope what developers, like the open source maintainers you just showed, like Gina Heusger and Wes McKinney and but also developers in companies large and small. I hope what you can take away from this week is the team here at GitHub, they're people too, and they've really got people's backs. They really try to look after the developers. And of us all, I think I am the newest GitHubber here. And what I found at GitHub is that GitHub's a company that's really run by developers, for makers, for creators, for the love of building cool things. And we just want to make tools that get out of your way, help you solve problems. And we want to work with the whole community to give you the building blocks to assemble your best ways of working, I guess. Anyway, hopefully some of that came across. If not, hopefully you've learned something new and cool, and you've got a bunch of ideas about how you can make some cooler stuff next year, or some new hairstyle tips.
Awesome. I couldn't agree more, Martin. And I also want to say to all four of you, thank you so much to all of you. You let me crash your channels. I gave you a little bit of sass. I had so much fun over the past few days recounting your work and your hijinks, the presents that were given, the wigs, the glow sticks, and of course, the pizza. Hosting is not an easy task at all, and you all just absolutely knocked it out of the park. So, all right. I think it's time. How about we toast the end of this GitHub universe? Does everyone have a glass? Raise your water, juice, kombucha, energy drink. I have champagne, whatever you want in whatever glass you want. You can play along at home. Grab a glass of something, take a drink with us, tweet us your toast. Let's toast to this GitHub universe, to our amazing community of developers from all around the world. Without you, we wouldn't be here. Thank you so much for joining us over the past 3 days, over 80 talks. And listen, I only get to do this once, so we're going to go out with a bang. 3, 2, 1, cheers!
Cheers, everybody.
Woo. Thanks, Kath, Brian, Dana, Martin. Please enjoy your well-deserved time off. I'll see you later. Have a great weekend, guys. And to you, our community, for all of the work that you put in maintaining open source projects, all those last-minute bug fixes, for answering pages for your apps on Saturday evenings. Here's to all your hard work. We build GitHub for all of you, and I can't wait to see what you do with what we built this year. I'd like to take a quick moment to thank the thousands of Hubbers from around the world who ship these features for our community. Thank you so much, Hubbers, for all of your hard work and dedication. And finally, a big thank you to the production team and the team that helped me put together this show every day. Hey, y'all, we made it. I wish you all the best of the rest of the year. And here's to a really great 2021. I'll see you next time.